Alright, fuck it. Fate/stay night 15? Is it 15?
I think it's 13.
Yes.
Let's fucking do it.
13?
Before anything, I'm slightly sorry. I was seeing the last episode and realizing my voice is horrible.
It's 14. It's 14. It's 14.
Yeah.
My voice is
14, okay.
genuinely bad. It hurts. But anyway,
Yeah.
hoping that it's better now, I guess.
Let's fucking
Hey,
go!
Boomer. I slapped you.
Oh no! Let me
Oh.
put this man. Just a second. Just a second. Before we go on with the decision of getting chased by the FBI or not, I want to put Unlimited in public shame because he only saw the part 5 of Dojo and saw that part 4 was bad.
That is horrible.
Yeah.
That is a horrible thing to do.
I think the third part and the fourth part is bad, in my opinion. I watched like the first 3 episodes, something like
You. Why?
What?
And
3 episodes?
Hey.
Yep.
You didn't even meet Kira.
Bruh!
And just another comment. He sees he has 50 billion manga in his to read
My
list.
boy just deserves better.
And he can't read part 7. Not even part 7 that dude can read.
Bruh.
This guy's a criminal. Arrest him.
Man, it's because I didn't like the beginning. Like, I don't know. When,
Shame.
when I
Shame, for
read,
shame.
watch something, I read something like, I watched something like 3 episodes to say if I like it or not. Or if I read something, I read the first chapter or maybe even the, I don't know, maybe some more. To say if I like it or
that's usually sobering enough, but for JoJo's is a slow burn. It takes a while for it to get there, because it's like a Twin Peaks kind of a show where you need to watch for a while.
I think the only part that
Yeah, but part 5 is
explosiveness. No, part 5 and maybe part 2 are explosive from the beginning.
Yeah, no, part 5 is standalone, and it's very different from the rest of JoJo.
Okay.
Part 2 is a follow-up to part 1, so it can afford to be action because it's kind of like the action part of part 1 after a time skip. Part 4 is also kind of standalone, not really, but it takes a long time to get there. It's worth it because it needs to build your relationship with the characters. Kind of like Fate/stay night, where it takes like 5 to 6 days for it to start picking up. Because it needs to build your relationships with those characters before you can really see them get through like some dark shit. It doesn't get anywhere as dark as Fate/stay night does, but there's the action bits, the drama bits, they come way later. When you're already very familiar with everyone from the cast.
Yep.
Fate/stay night.
Fate/stay night, yeah.
Yep.
But I have skipped ahead because I think everyone still remembers what's going on, right?
Yeah.
We have
we are trying to understand if we are going to be the pedo bear or the dude hunting the pedo bear, or maybe we're going to give her to the church. I don't know.
We have the choice after we brought her back from almost killing us, whether we're gonna let her stay here or whether we're gonna give her to Kire.
Her choice. It's so like me, in my opinion.
I'm going to go for the chaotic option. Protect Illya.
Okay, so we have 1, 2. Okay, protect Illya. It is.
3.
Kiritsugu used to say that girls should be protected, and most of all, I don't want to let a child suffer.
You know it's the correct option when Shirou says something like this.
Yeah.
Our good and old based Kiritsugu, but anyway.
聖杯戦争は終わってないんだ。残りのマスターと決着がつくまで、イリアはうちでかくまいたい。
By the way, you guys should tell me if the game is too loud. I tried adjusting the volume because I thought it was a bit over, but
No, I think it's normal.
Maybe even a little low, but anyway.
Okay.
Maybe that's just.
シローがそう言うんなら私もここにいてあげるね。
イリア、苦し
Illya hugs me, but I get her off of me. Well, there's no need to do that myself, as Saber does it for me. Just Saber fucking yanks Ilya's Violazza out of you. It's fucking funny. Throws her against the wall. Fuck
Get
it.
out of my house.
Get out of him, he's mine.
Command throw. Shit.
シローもシローです。イリアスフィールをかくまうなど、100害あって一理なしとわからないのですか。
Saber, like, I will use a command.
Saber, he knows.
Shirou.
But he wants to bring to himself this BS already.
なんでだよ。
Shirou likes the
もう
suffering.
サーバントはいないんだから危険ってことはな
Yeah,
いだ
to
ろ
a certain degree,
マ
it
スター
looks
じゃなく
like.
なったんだから
I love his lack of critical thinking. It's like, oh yeah, this powerful Magus doesn't have their servant anymore. So they must not be dangerous.
それより
Yeah, I mean, it's not like she killed my best friend or anything.
イリア
No,
の
right?
ではないし他のマスターに力をつけさせることになるぞ
My best friend,
We
Shinji.
don't talk about that person here. Okay.
The absolute best person I know.
You
Shinji.
know, someone has problems when their best
Man,
friend is
what
Shinji.
did that
Man,
right there before?
Yeah, let me go back.
someone who has Shinji as a friend doesn't have enemies.
fair enough.
That person
Okay,
doesn't
move on.
have enemies.
Saber hesitates. Whatever she may say, Saber does understand that Illya would be attacked by the other masters if she was left alone.
じゃあ次はこっちの番ね。
Okay, let's see Tosaka.
セーバーを陥落したところ悪いけど、私はまだ説得されてないわ。いいシロー。そいつはまだマスターなのよ。サーバントを失っても、
Thanks,
レイ
Ring.
ジがある限り、マスターはマスターだって教えたでしょ。
Not to mention that she tried to kill Tosaka. Actively. So, and thus, drinking tea gracefully, Tosaka interrupts the conversation.
ねお前それどういう意味だよ父さんが
だからレイジさえ
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I think I'm cutting you off.
I'm wondering about one thing.
Yeah.
How did Tosaka? What was Tosaka's reaction after the threesome that happened with?
Yeah,
in the-
as I keep saying, they don't really acknowledge it at all.
They don't. Oh yeah.
They just don't treat it. They just treat it as if it didn't happen.
Oh yeah. There's a little funny,
Oh,
silly
that's
thing that.
pretty
you know,
bad.
Yeah, there's Shiro. Sometimes Shiro goes, "Oh, I'm flustered because I had sex with Saber." But sometimes he just doesn't do anything. So
But
that's
he
it.
isn't frustrated because he has. he has sex with
that
the
is
Ring Jin.
something. Oh, that
No.
is-
Nope.
that is
Okay.
definitely something. But anyway.
Again, it's the magic of making visual novels in Japan, where you have to make money from perverts. You just have to add
No.
these things. At least we're lucky enough that Type Moon has made enough money from their stuff that they can afford to make novels without sexual content anymore. It wouldn't be bad if Nasu was a good porn writer, but he's just not. So, you know.
That's true.
I am very hopeful
now-
for the
now-
Tsukihime remake,
now I-
which is not going to
now
include
I
these
w-
things.
Now I would seriously want you making a tier list of all the porn writers of light novels.
We're gonna do that one day. We're gonna do that
Oh
one day.
boy. it'll be
Nope.
fun. Right after
Okay,
we
we
finish
can do it.
Heaven's Field, right?
Yeah. I mean, at least, whatever. He was better in Tsukihime. It was not as bad as it was here.
サーバン
So.
トを許容できるキャパシティさえあれば、何人とだって契約はできるわ。
Yeah, the stray servant. Which,
なんだよそれ
fun fact, I know this is gonna drag a bit from the reading, but Shielder in Grand Order was originally not that same heroic spirit, and it was not a demi-servant because that didn't really exist at this time. But in the original drafts of Fate's Day Night, there was supposed to be a Shielder class that was a stray servant from the beginning of the game. And they would come into play as Saber's rival, and they would be picked up by someone, by a certain master, somewhat like halfway through the game. So that's a little fun fact. They ended up ditching her from Fate's Day Night, and they tried to put her in other projects, never worked out, and then eventually they used it for MASH in Grand Order. So that's the origin of MASH, if you don't know.
じゃあ優れたマスターなら何人でもサーバントと契約できるってことか。
Indeed.
何人でもってわけじゃないわ。聖杯の力で呼び出せる英霊は7人が限度だから最大でも7人ね。
So let me just go back a bit.
But then we have then we have a question.
Yeah.
Where is this stray servant? By all accounts, Ryder is dead, and
It's just
Berserker is
Well,
dead.
but it's a hypothetical. It's a hypothetical. If the Grail was completely fucked, if the Grail was completely fucked and the ritual went wrong and it summoned an extra servant, you would have a stray servant from the get-go. That wouldn't happen usually, but you have that option. If some master dies and their servant has like a day or a few hours to find a new master before they disappear from lack of mana input. So that could be another.
If that happens, if the situation, if in the
Yeah, no, it's a very limited. Unless you're talking about a servant.
Narrow possibility.
Unless you're talking about a servant like Lancer or Archer, who have independent action and they can stay around for days without losing out, without disappearing.
Oh, yeah, and by the way, there is that dude running around.
Yeah, Lancer. We haven't
Doing
fought
a
him
lot
yet.
of gas leaks here and there. Where is he?
Wait.
He vanished really good.
Oh, yikes. Wait. Oh God. There you go.
That's true.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank
Or
you.
nothing.
Yeah, but if someone, for example, killed the master of assassin in the temple, assassin would be able to make a contract with someone else. So.
最もどんなに優れた魔術
Or of caster or of lancer.
具現化させる魔力なんてないわ。
Well, yeah, but it's important that we keep in mind that if you had a super badass magus with a lot of mana or a really good mana supply, like lots of people that he's killing, right? He could theoretically make contracts with more than one servant and keep them around.
Let me guess. That happens in Apocrypha. No,
あるとしても
Apocrypha.
その場合は10の
I don't know if it happens in Apocrypha.
誰の
Does
サ
it?
ーバントを CXVI から
I
That feels like the kind of BS that would happen there.
複数の
Well,
サ
it
ーバン
happens
ト
in
を契約するま
Apocrypha.
ではない
It
から
happens,
ね
but it's something a little bit different from that. But you can say it
Oh,
it
yeah.
happened.
It's
Yeah, I
a
know.
situation.
Wait a minute, just a question.
You know it.
Is
You know it,
Apo-
Mapo Tofu.
Is
You know it.
Apocrypha basically if the dude who made it, Apocrypha is basically if Fate was drunk,
Yes.
essentially.
Yes. It's if Fate was drunk and on crack at the same time. It's completely
boy.
ridiculous. Like the power
Oh,
levels
boy.
are off the whack, completely off the deep end. Everyone is super powerful and crazy shit happens every 25
There
minutes.
are lollies running around, apparently.
Yeah. It's completely
Waiting
off
for
the
you
walls.
to say, I watched the Fate prototype video, and there was this archer guy who shot from the space.
Yes, he dropped an arrow from space and caused a deluge. So
It
What?
wasn't me. Jesus, from space.
I wonder who this archer guy is.
What?
Oh yeah.
I wonder who this archer guy is. That does make sense because his noble phantasm is that is in reference to a shooting star falling from the sky and initiating the flood. So it's still over the top as fuck, but at least it makes sense.
And by the way, another comment that I want to make before our last episode, where me and Zevlen had a big debate over making sense that comments, because what I had was I didn't understand how it would take 8 gems to kill Berserker,
Yeah.
but now I understand what it happened. She used 4 gems. It would be a deadly blow.
Yeah.
But he blocked, so she used a close range for shots.
Yeah.
Basically, a body shot, essentially.
Even if she
Essentially.
used all of her gems, she would only kill him twice over.
Oh
So-
yeah. That's the twist. But 4 gems can kill a servant as tough as Berserker.
Yeah,
he has the power to revive himself because of course it is in the words of low tier god, get that ass banned, please.
Yeah.
But hey.
But yeah, it's...
Rin was just...
It makes more sense when you make it look like Zevlen.
Rin read the status screen. She saw that he was immune to attacks level B or lower. So she said, oh, if I use 4 of these, I can dish out an A level attack. she just did that.
Unfortunately,
She's a genius.
Unfortunately, she didn't read the details.
Yeah.
Or the Noble Phantasm part.
For the Noble Phantasm, yeah. She didn't have it. We didn't. To be fair, we didn't have access to that before in the status screen. So that's why Saber is unable to damage Berserker too, because Invisible Air is only a C level Noble Phantasm, and she has B level strength. So that's a fun fact. I see. So if I formed a contract with Saber and Berserker would both exist sharing my magical energy, so their abilities would considerably decrease. So that means it's more efficient to choose one servant to give magical energy to, unless you're a mass murderer and you just don't give a shit. Right?
He thinks he could handle Berserker.
I know, right? If a servant was a major asshole and they had independent activity, they could kill their master and then find another one if they wanted to. I mean, you know.
Just hypothetically.
Just hypothetically.
Okay, that will happen in Heaven's Field. Okay, so that will happen in Heaven's Field, right?
Oh, will it though? I don't know. There you go. Not necessarily the same as before, because you're changing masters, so you're changing stats. If Saber lost Shirou and she was able to form a contract with Rin, her stats would be very different. She would not be the same as before. Of course, Tosaka would do that.
Of course.
Of course, Tosaka would do that.
He's the one going to kill him, right?
Yeah, of course. Because Tosaka tried to kill us so many times before, you know?
Yeah. And she tried to make him a puppet too.
Yeah, that sounds more like it, you know?
Yeah. Fair enough. Oh no, really? Oh.
Hanging her head slightly, Illya murmurs. I can understand why the two gasped. I don't know what kind of relationship Illya and Berserker had, but I can tell that for Illya, that servant was special. That's a surprise, and a pleasant one. Illya was cold-hearted as a master, but she still valued her partner.
Oh.
We have backup, guys! If Shirou dies, Illya's going to complete our mission.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that's bad.
Illya says so to say. Why don't we just stop right here? It's like, I want out of this game, man. Take Saber. I don't want it anymore.
Man, if you're lose, I think that Tosaka will take the place, you know?
Sure. She needs to win.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's not like she doesn't want to win. Oh. There you go. Saber being cute again.
Yeah.
I don't have an intention to be yours, so she is.
Okay, but another question. Why she wants him to win?
Oh, mystery. Are we going to get answers to these questions? Who knows?
And why so suddenly? Suddenly?
It's not suddenly at all.
I feel yesterday she was trying to kill him by
well,
all accounts.
Yesterday she was trying to kill him because he didn't play along with her, but she didn't want to kill him. In fact, she didn't want to kill him even though she was able to. She wanted to keep him. for whatever reason, right? She wanted to turn him into a puppet. She
Let
didn't
me
want him
guess,
to die.
Let me guess. That will be explained in Heaven's Field.
That will be partially explained in Heaven's Field. We're gonna have some partial explanation this time around as well.
Everything will happen in Heaven's
No,
Field. But anyway,
no. Bladeworks doesn't have.
What?
Bladeworks doesn't have any Illya's Veil action really, but the Fate route does. We're gonna see part of the explanation here. It's not complete, but it's pretty thorough. So.
Actually, it's a good thing we chose to protect Illya, because
Yeah.
now
Because we're
we'll
gonna.
have more screen time.
Boomer, it's probably
Yeah, we're gonna get
one
extra
thing
context.
I know because in the Heaven's Field movie they didn't show Illya that much.
No, but the Heaven's Field movie is an exception. The Heaven's Field features Illya a lot. She's very important to the route. The movie's not featuring her was a directorial decision, which I disagree with on a fundamental level. But in the Fate route, she also has a lot of attention. We're gonna get a lot of explanation. It's not all of it, but it's a good amount. Enough to explain why she likes Shirou so much. Illya says things in a strange way. Well, she wants for me to win, but why would she want that?
That's a good
Then,
question.
Tosaka must have found it strange too as she starts to think.
私は構います。ともかく私は認めません。リン、あなたから白
Consent
に忠
comes
告してくだ
first,
さい。
guys.
ごめんなさい
Bruh.
聞いてなかったわ
Bruh.
ですからイリアスフィールをここにかくまうのは反対だということです。
Tosaka goes, no, yeah, I think it's a good idea.
いいんじゃない別にかくまうぐらいなら
Yeah,
Oh
sure.
yeah. Suddenly it's fine.
Saber freezes. I'm surprised as well, so it's natural for the protesting Saber to freeze.
リン、あなた正気ですか？
ええ冷静に考えてみればリスクはどっちも同じなのよイリアを一人にするのもここでかくまうのも
It's a very shitful.
教会に預けるのも変わらない
Shirou's house is a shitty fortress. It doesn't have any defenses. She can come back and kill him anyways.
助かるわ
And by the way, we have a stronger house just up the road in Rin's house. But anyway,
Yep.
why go in there when you can be in a BM place that, by the way, doesn't even have a scout anymore?
今のセーバーなら他のサーバントがタダに
Well, they don't intend to stay here for a long time.
聖杯戦争を終わらせ
To
る
be
な
fair.
らその方が
Where
取り早し
are they going then?
それは
They're going to go hunt.
望むところでしょ
There's only 3 people left. You know, it's time to go on the offensive.
まあなたが他のサーバントに負けるっていうんなら話は変わるけど
まさか今の私がどのような状態かリンなら分かって
Hell
るでし
yeah.
ょ。
でしょならイリアをかくまうのも問題ないそれに気になることがあるシローの選択はもしかしたらとんでもない
We could use her. Tosaka then falls silent. Saber must have accepted that as she reluctantly moves away from Illya.
Oh, and by the way, I would really want to see Taiga right now, just entering the house, 3 girls, one of them being a child, and...
Shirou is just growing his extended family.
Oh, and by the way, she didn't even ever know there was a dude in the roof all this time that died.
Yeah, that died.
Oh boy, the fate's so funny. Anyway.
Finishing breakfast, we go to the dojo. Tosaka's back in her room and Saber is with me. As for Illya,
ねえ本当に剣の鍛錬なんかするの
Why not?
she's right beside me, following me to the dojo.
私今日はシローと遊べると思って楽しみにしてたんだよなのに
Oh, it's not boring when Shiro's getting beat over the head until he almost dies. Well, it's naturally boring for Illya. After all, training isn't a fun thing to watch. I disagree.
今に戻ろう強くなりたいなら私がシローの力になってあげる
Taking my
What
hand
will
with
she
both of...
do?
What?
What will she do?
Taking my hand with both of hers, Illya tries to leave the dojo. But I can't compromise on this.
いや、ダメだ。
Saber is too important, guys.
剣の鍛錬は日課だからきちんとこなす。俺は魔術師として未熟なんだから少しぐらいは戦えるようになっていないと。それに鍛えておけばイリアを守れるだろ。 イリアをうちにかくまうって決めたのは俺なんだから、これぐらいはしないと閉まらない。
うん、それはそうかも。けど私、シロに守られなくてもいいんだけどな。シロはお兄ちゃんなんだから、一緒にいてくれるだけでいいんだもん。
I very fervorously disagree with the decision of the translator to keep Oni-chan as Oni-chan rather than translating it as Big Brother. I think that's a horrible decision. It looks bad.
Don't try.
Nope, my persuasion failed. Charisma check denied. Illya pulls at my hand. Saber is watching us silently. Her stare is rather painful. She must not approve of Illya yet, and I think she's acting too bluntly. Jealousy, you know, man. Our eyes meet. Good. I'll have Saber convince Illya.
だからダメだって。セイバー、お前からも言ってくれ。午前中にセイバーと鍛錬をするのは。
Let me guess. She'll say, yeah, I can go with her.
A 30-year-old woman is jealous of a child.
I know, right?
Yep.
イリアスフィールを連れてきたのはシローです。彼女に言い聞かせるのはシローの役割で。
Saber's so angry that she's not getting his full attention anymore. It's like, fuck you, man. Something's wrong. I don't know why, but could it be that she's really mad? Oh, it is.
Oh, why would it be?
剣の鍛錬なんてしなくていいのよ。残ってるのは雑魚ばっかりなんだから。そうねえシロ。他のマスターなんてセイバーに任せて、私たちは外で遊ぼう。
How to make a girl upset. 101.
Some people feel me.
Step number 1. Bishido Emiya. I lose my balance and take a step towards the exit. Illya is strong enough to pull Shirou around.
Or Shiro's just stupid enough to not react.
I shake her off violently.
I like my reaction when Shiro is a goddamn sadomasochist.
She must not have expected me to shake her off. Illya moves away and looks at me uneasily. Crap. Even if I had to get her off me, there must have been a kinder way to do so. Oh, that was a mistake. She's crying.
I want to see Saber's face. I really want to see Saber's face right now, please.
Illya starts to walk away without saying anything. She walks to the entrance and stops by the wall beside it. She's so cute. She screams and glares at me. Bruh. Cock block. Saying something strange. Illya looks away.
Candle time.
Imagine being a third wheel. I don't understand Illya's point, but I guess things are settled.
Imagine being a candle.
I take 2 shinai from the wall and turn to Saber.
No, she's just jealous of a 10-year-old, which is even weirder.
Saber looks away from Illya and shakes her head. Oh, Saber's losing it. Actually, let me check.
What is going on? What is going on?
I throw her the shinai. After all, I've never gotten Saber. I've never been able to close in on her, so she doesn't need to tell me to not go near her carelessly. I think he doesn't understand what she's trying to say. Saber catches the shinai awkwardly and takes an exaggeratedly deep breath.
平静を保つようにしろ。
Looking at Illya, Saber says so.
大丈夫だ。誰が見ていようと始まれば気にならない。
I ready my shinai and look at Saber. In front of me is the golden-haired girl with a shinai that fixes my attention only on her. 3 hours later, and 17 broken bones. Finishing the training after 2 hours, we enter the usual break. Stopping, I place my shinai on the wall.
改めて実感した。やっぱりセイバーはすごい。
Nodding, I drink water from a kettle. Quenching my thirst and wiping my sweaty neck, my body finally calms down.
ねえ、今のが鍛錬なの？
Yes.
なんかシロが一方的にやられてたように
Yes.
見えなかったけど。
Illya says something unpleasant.
それは違う、イリア。今でこそ
Well, the truth hurts. What do you think of that?
むしろ一度も気絶しなかったあたり、今日は上出来だったと言っていい。
Bruh.
そうなんだ。けど、それってシロの腕前なのかな？セイバー、シロが何度もバランス崩してたのに。
Oh, Saber is helping us win. That's cute. Or lose less, impressively. Illya ponders. She's sharp. I noticed that too. I don't know whether she was showing consideration for my body or whether she's not up to par. But either way, Saber wasn't going full strength against me. Well, she never does go full strength, but she mercilessly attacked me when I showed an opening. But today, Saber lacked that. She didn't perform any attacks that would have knocked me out, even though she usually does.
イリアもそう思うのか。やっぱりセイバーに見逃されてたのかな。
Oh, and by the way, where's Saber?
不思議とそんな感じはしなかったよ。セイバー、ちゃんとシロに追い打ちしようってし
Because it
ないの
feels
かな。
surprisingly weird talking about someone in the third person when they are in the same room. It
Yep.
just feels
Yep.
weird.
Yep.
あれ、何だったのかな。見逃してるっていうより、怖がってるっていうか、遠慮してるっていうか。
はあ？まさかセイバーが遠慮なんかするもんか。そんな情けがあったら俺は初日であそこまで痛めつけられなかったぞ。
Ah, but people change, Shiro.
Oh boy.
That's right,
Oh,
Saber
boy.
doesn't hold anything back during training. I could
Yeah,
desperately concentrate on Saber because I knew that.
But both of them were not inside each other before that time. But anyway.
Yep.
一体どうしたんだよ。
Besides, I skipped
手を
that.
抜いていたなどとい
I'll
う
go
こと
back.
はありません。
Okay. Besides that, Saber has started to see into Shiro's past, right? She had she had his dreams, so I think she might be fearing the worst,
私は普段通りシロより一段階上の剣士を想定して。
It's not just one rank, Saber.
It's not just one rank.
Saber must feel today's training is strange as well.
そりゃセイバーが手を抜くなんて思えないし、真剣にやってくれてたのも分かってる。けど今のは消極的すぎなかったか？もっとこうガツンと正面から打ち合ってくれないとためにならないってば。
正面からですか？ですがそうなるとマスターに近づきすぎです。それでは展開によっては体がぶつかってしまうというか。
Poor Saber.
Boy.
そりゃ打
Or
ち合って
maybe
るんだ
for
から
Shiro.
肩ぐらいぶつ
Depends
かる
on
だ
the
ろう。
depends on
そも
the
そもセイバー密
perspective.
着戦になったら
No, when Shiro's fighting, he goes full stupid.
よく俺を吹っ飛ばしてたじゃ
He
ない。
isn't aware of what's happening.
密着戦はセイバーの得意とするところじゃないのか？
I find it funny that Saber is absolutely as socially awkward as Shiro, if not more so. They really are similar characters at the end of the day, even though their approaches to being similar are different.
私そんなことをしていたのでしょうか？
していたのかって。
うわ
割と頻繁に。ほら、初めて竹刀を合わせた時も派手に壁まで叩きつけてくれただろ。女の子なのに力持ちだなって言ったら、剣士としてこの程度は当然だって。
There you go, old Shiro's back. Saber is standing there dumbfounded.
I don't like Ilya's face. I don't like Ilya's face. That's not a
Saber-
good face for a girl to have.
Saber
boy.
really is acting weird today, but I have no idea why. Oh, Ilya does. Ilya knows exactly what's going on. It'll be a problem
boy.
if Saber's sick or something, so maybe I should talk to Tulsika about it later on. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it.
Oh boy. Yeah, man. Go talk that to Tiger too. Maybe even Sakura. Who knows?
We resume our training, still different from how it was before. We resume, but Saber backs off after a few matches. Is this a new training method? She might counterattack when I let my guard down.
New training method. That was hilarious.
I watch Saber closely. Saber narrows her eyes seriously and taking a step towards me,
白昼食にしましょう
says something rather unlike her. I lower my shinai.
昼食にするってもうそんな時間か
The clock says it's a bit before 12. She's right that it's time for lunch, but this is the first time Saber has suggested it. We never noticed the time when we were training in the dojo. It was the routine for us to take a break and only noticed that it was lunchtime when we felt hungry and looked up at the clock. It's a reasonable proposal, so I can nod, but we have a choice.
Oh no. Here we go again. Oh, and by the way, both of you, Unlimited and Mapo Tofu, you disappeared since we started, so get back.
It's raining, man.
It's raining.
Hallelujah.
Nice. So what is it that we do?
I can't lose an opportunity like this.
I
That's
think,
fine, but why are you exactly on time today?
yeah, the second and the second. The first and the second in the second option are basically the same, but the second, yeah, let's go with the second. There will be dialogue.
Okay, we have 2 for second, so we're going for second.
そうだなイリアもいることだし
Putting the shinai down, I agree with Saber. And then Saber's shoulders slump in relief. She's being even more suspicious. Maybe I should at least ask why.
よか
Can I
った
save?
それでは今に向かいましょうシローの作ってくれる食事は美味しいのですが
She doesn't want to beat Shirou anymore.
昼飯を作る時間がもったいないのか
Oh, then I should
そ
have...
れなら毎日弁当にすればよかった
brain fart, sorry.
そっちのが手間がかからなくて楽だしいちいち台所に戻る必要もないしな
I was going to show my thanks by making a gorgeous lunch, but I guess it can't be helped if Saber says so.
シロー何をしているのです早く今に向かいましょう
いやだから昼飯だろ
Placing my shinai on the wall, I arranged cushions for the 3 of us.
ええ昼食です一息入れるのはその後なのですから早く厨房に立ってもらわなければ困ります
なんでさ今に戻ることはないし急ぐ必要もないだろう
Saber has been defeated. Saber suddenly stops as if she's switched off.
それにどうして今日に限って時間ぴったりなんだなんか急ぐ理由でもあるのか
いえ別に急いでいるというわけではないのですが
急いでないんならゆっくりでいいじゃないか時間は十分にあるし
He became Hinata-who's.
あの
I'll let that joke sink in a bit.
What?
Oh man. Saber looks around awkwardly as if not knowing what to do. Tempo pedido.
いいですから今に行きましょう
Oh, okay.
昼食を取らなければ午後の鍛錬に支障をきたします
だからその準備をしてるんだって暇なら今に行って朝作っておいた弁当を持ってきてくれ
お弁当ですか
Boxed lunch. What is this fascinating creation of mankind?
I nod while opening the window to let some air in. And then, I hear a rumbling sound of hunger.
ああそうかいつもはどっちかの腹の虫で時間を確かめてたんだっけ
I turn to Saber.
どうしたんだセイバー窓開けたら寒いか
But we're going to eat lunch, so we have to ventilate the room.
いえ何でもありません今に昼食が用意してあるのですね
Saber runs out of the dojo.
What is going on?
This conservative blows in her mood right now and all. Does Saber have a fever today?
I have the faintest idea, buddy. The
Oh my
faintest
god,
idea.
Saber is a disaster.
Yes, she is completely. She is as bad as I am. So let's-
I'm impressed on why she's a disaster today. What happened? What
She's
did she
as
saw?
bad.
she is exactly as bad as I am.
She can say, "Oh boy, that is too small. I need to get away from this."
The same
I
goes with me,
imagine how
Zevlen. The same goes with me.
Yeah, it's
I don't
exactly
want
the
five
same.
molecules
Saber.
getting
The
close
live,
to that
the relief.
again.
Saber the seductress, very good at her job. At noon, we start to eat lunch. I made a proper meal this morning, so I made a boxed lunch with the leftovers.
Not a bunch of bread. Isn't that right? Unlimited.
Can you repeat? Can you repeat? Sorry.
Not just toast. The proper
Just
meal,
about
not
bread.
just toast.
Okay.
Just toast. That stupid dude. Not only dislikes part 4, but he just eats toast.
Just toast. Just
Finger
toast.
a piece of bread.
That's right. That's right.
Saber admires the sandwich as she eats it. Well, there is bread. She's using a paper napkin so as to not
Yeah,
dirty
but
her
there's more
hands.
to the bread. There is salami. There is
Yeah,
salad.
there's
There is
stuff, you know.
cheese. There is more than a bunch of
Just
pieces
bread.
of-
Just bread.
Yeah.
I can sense her elegance even with this kind of lunch. Very unladylike lunch sandwiches.
シロはお料理上手よね。私ね、ご飯が美味しいのはいいことだと思う。
There you go, Nasu moment. Nasu moment. I think eating good food is a good thing. I think I'm gonna make a shirt with that, you know. Just let that be written in bold. On the other hand, Illya is stuffing in her sandwich, full of energy. I don't know if she's out of control or just copying me. Illya usually seems more well-mannered than Saber, but that doesn't seem to apply to dining manners.
待ちなさいイリアスフィール。それでは髪が汚れてしまいます。
CG moment. We already know the thumbnail.
Oh no.
Yeah.
no.
Oh, I love this scene.
Saber
Do you
places
want
it.
to- Do you want a better view of our thumbnail? Yeah, better view of our thumbnail now.
There you go.
Oh boy.
Saber places a napkin against Illya's cheek. Something like butter must have been on there as Saber wipes around Illya's mouth.
ありがとう。けど、どういうつもり？セイバーは私
Oh,
の
it's
こと
complicated.
嫌いなんでしょ？
ええ、
By Ever Lavigne.
今でも警戒はしています。ですが私とて人の心はわかる。あなたには敵意が。シローは客人として迎えました。
This line
です
is
から
funny.
'It's
私も
funny. It's
最低
pretty
限の礼
funny.
は尽くしますし。
Remember,
Why is
in the dream, the reason why the Knights of the Round Table declared rebellion against Arturia was because she didn't understand human feelings. She didn't understand human emotions because she was you know, just the king at that time. She had sacrificed her humanity. So her saying this is pretty funny in a tragic kind of way.
その髪は美しい。
It's also a great symbol of her evolution as a character.
いささか心苦しいというものでしょう。
This is our thumbnail.
Yep.
She has completely changed from her stoic robot self from the beginning of the game as a continuation of the king character into this new person that's more of a person that has feelings, emotions, and understands other people and is able to emote, you know?
She's more human now.
She's more human now. It must have been from the bottom of her heart.
Yep.
Saber's voice is the same as always. It doesn't sound like she's thinking about Illya. Illya stares at Saber, and I realize Illya has never directly looked at Saber until now. For Illya, Saber was just my servant, and not someone to be that deserved to be treated as a human.
そんなこと言ったってシロは私のものだけどまあ
Bruh.
少しはセイバーのこと考えてあげてもいいわシロを勝たせてあげることはできるけど私じゃ守ってあげられないものね
Illya says so while shrugging her shoulders and eats her sandwich.
言われるまでもありません。 マスターの盾となるのはサーバントの責務ですから。
Saber answers Illya plainly. The conversation is the same as before, but their voices sound more gentle. There's a bond. Tosaga comes in while we're relaxing after lunch.
シロいる？こっちの準備はできたから早めに顔を出してよね。
Oh, magic. Let's go. She addresses me concisely and returns to the outbuilding.
そうか、忘れてた。午後は遠坂に魔術を教えてもらうんだった。
As I never had a proper teacher, Tosaka's magic lectures are more than helpful. It seems Tosaka is still willing to teach me, so I should go and see her as quickly as I can.
悪い。遠坂の部屋に行ってくる。どのくらいかかるかわからないから、セイバーとイリアは部屋で休んでいてくれ。
いいよ。私もなんだか眠いし、少しお昼寝する。
Oh yeah, Ilya's a child after all, isn't she?
Yep. Illya goes out of the dojo, rubbing her eyes sleepingly. You know they're a kid when they take afternoon naps.
Yep.
Good.
Or
Or a college
that's
student. If Illya will calmly go to sleep, there won't be any problem with me going to Tosaka's room.
シロ、リーの部屋に行くのですか？
Children and college students have very similar sleeping habits. Nothing at night,
Yep.
3 hours a day in the afternoon. It's very good. Especially during class.
そう言っただろ。遠坂には魔術の基本を教わらなくちゃいけない。
その必要はあるのでしょうか？バーサーカーを倒れましたし、私たちが協力している。
You're being optimistic. We don't know anything about Castor. We know that Castor's been doing crazy shit, right? Or at least that someone's been doing crazy shit with all
I think
the
Castro
gas leaks.
has been already.
Who knows? We don't know anything about Well, the fact that we don't know anything about Castor might be proof that she has been or he or she has been defeated. So
Okay.
we don't know.
Difficult.
Or maybe they're just very.
So, who we have? Lancer?
We have Lancer and Assassin.
And Assassin. Yes, yes.
Yeah, we don't know if Castor's still around. Their non-participation in the story can be a sign of them being defeated, or maybe they're just really stealthy. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
It might certainly be true. First of all, Tosaka taught me so that we could go up against Berserker. We also don't know if these servants are cooperating or not, because we have an alliance with Tosaka. Maybe some other master had the same idea, right?
Oh yeah, that's possible too.
I mean, Lancer has never attacked us again. And he saw the power of Saber. So the same way that Saber saw Berserker and later teamed up with Archer, maybe Lancer's master teamed up with someone else to deal with Saber, right? That's a possibility. Now that the need is not there, were you going to ask something? Sorry.
No.
Okay.
It was just being a yes man in this situation.
Yeah. Now that need is not there, there's no more reason to learn from Tosaka, but
いや、バーサーカーとは関係なしで教わりたいんだ。
Shirou wants to become a proper magus.
俺は未熟だから、少しでも早く一人前にならないと。
Going directly against the wishes of
シロ
Kiritsugu.
がそういうのでしたら、私に止める権利はありません。
Saber murmurs with a sad face.
じゃあレクチャーを始めるけど、その前に聞いておくわ。あんた、体で壊れ
Oh, you know this is gonna be good. And this is the first thing she asks. Tosaka asks me a strange question as soon as I enter her room.
The answer is yes, ma'am.
だから動かない箇所はないかって聞いてるの。あれだけめちゃくちゃしたんだから神経が焼き切れるのは分かってるのよ。まあそんなのはどうでもいいんだけど、体のどこに異常があるのかぐらい知っておかないと授業にならないから。
It seems my body should be numb somewhere, according to Tosaka.
Not that I care about anything, Baka.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's go.
But I know myself that she's wrong.
いや、動かないところはないぞ。一晩寝たら頭痛も熱もなくなったし。
Well, we have the healing factor, so.
はあ？そんなわけないでしょ。セイバーの剣を投影したのよ。あんなの腕一本維持してもおかしくない芸当じゃない。
だから動くって。
Especially when you
大体体
have
が動かなかったら
Gen
イリアをおんぶ
circuit.
して帰ってこれるわけないだ
What's
ろ
up to? I have
あ
no
の
idea.
時おかしかったのは頭痛
I
と
just
熱
wanna
だ
say.
けだって
Yeah, what were you saying?
She said that kind of
That kind of spell.
forget it. Just keep going.
Yeah, okay.
嘘よそんなの。シロ、ちょっと腕見せてみなさい。
Without waiting for a reply, Tosaka takes my arm and stares at it. That makes my breathing stop. Even though I'm getting used to her, having her this close tenses me up.
本当に異常はないみたいね。焼き付いた跡かな。あざみたいに黒くなってるところはあるけど、他は完全に修復されてる。
Yeah, healing factor, man. As she
Yep.
murmurs, her breath brushes my arm. That makes me blush, but
ふざけた体ね。これ例の自然治癒による回復じゃないわよ。シローの自然治癒は明らかに外部からの働きかけだけど、こっちはあなた自身の治癒能力だと思う。
she says so while rolling up my sleeve and patting my arm.
もういいだろう父さん用が済んだら椅子に戻れ
I pull my arm back to get away from Tosaka.
何よ、こっちはあんたの体を見てあげてるっていう
Ah,
のに。
I see.
はは
What is this?
Boy, he done goofed
I
up.
love her
Okay.
voice
Boy, he
actually.
done goofed up.
Okay,
Oh
listen.
boy, he done goofed up.
Tosaka moves closer to me.
Oh boy, he
だっ
done
て言うけ
goofed
ど
up.
まだ十分ありそうじゃない？
God damn it.
そんなの俺が言ってたろ
Boy,
お前
he's
関係ないんだから気にするな
Harry Shiro is confirmed.
関係ないんなら私がこんなことしても影響はないわけよね。
Bruh.
額に手なんて当てるな熱なんてないんだからそんなことしても意味ないぞ
Tosaka is evil,
そうみ
guys.
たいね。今度は耳まで真っ赤だもの。
Big
熱
freaking
っていうよ
surprise.
り酔っ払ってる
He
みたい。
say
Chaotic evil,
How
fuck it.
about it? He says so.
It's deliberate. I bet she's doing this deliberately. Of course she is.
父さん
She's loving every
Of course
second of
she
it.
Oh
分
yeah.
かっててやってるだろ
ああ、バレ
Look at her
た？
face.
シローがあんまりにもベタな反応するからついからかっちゃった。
Bruh. You should go to hell for toying with a man's innocence.
Remember, she's a fox.
冗談はこの程度にしといてあげる。あんまりからかうとミイラ取りがミイラになりかねないしね。
Tosaka returns to her chair in a good mood. This is a problem. Tosaka will likely make more fun of me as the days go by. No fucking
父
shit.
さん今
Oh
更言う
yeah,
のも
she's
なんだけ
already
ど
making fun of you,
俺
you
は真面目に授
dingus.
業を受けに来たんだから
あら、失礼ね。私だってそのつもりよ。今のだって
Sure.
教え子の状態を
Sure.
確認しただけだもの。
そうかよじゃそろそろ本題に入ってくれるんだな
そうね。本題といっても私の専門外だからアドバイスぐらいしかできないけど、しないよりはマシだから。
Tosaka turns to me seriously, discarding her earlier lightheartedness.
正直に言ってしまえばね、私があなたの力になってあげられたのは前回でおしまいなのよ。こんな短期間の授業で魔術は身につかない。私はただあなたが使ってなかったスイッチを取り付けただけ。
あの宝石だろ確かにあれを飲んでから魔術回路は作るんじゃなくて切り替えるものになってくれた
そう、一朝一夕で教えてあげられたのはそれぐらい。けどそれだって今まで鍛えてきたものを表に出したに過ぎないわ。私はあなたが体で覚えた魔術を後押しすることしかできないし、他の魔術を教える気もない。
Thanks, Dean.
だって才能ないもの、あなた。
Thanks, Dean.
そこまでズバッと言われるとある意味さっぱりしたけど父さん俺が使える魔術ならアドバイスしてくれるんだろ
I mean, I wouldn't be upset if Rin became our long-term teacher, you know? Even though she would probably extort us for money. Tosaka doesn't answer.
Bruh.
She just glares at me like I'm her enemy.
父さんそのレクチャーだよな
I mean, she's not wrong, but
黙っていられ
That's
る
true.
と俺も困るんだな
She averts her gaze with an unhappy expression. But that's only for a moment.
無理よ。私、投影魔術なんて使えないもの。自分が知らないものを
Oh,
教えられる
Tosaka has been defeated. Finally! After almost 30 hours of Fate Stay Night, we have defeated Tosaka.
遠坂が使え
We win the game. We just need to go to the last CG before the game ends.
I tilt my
We already
head
won, lady.
questioningly. Wasn't the thing I used against Berserker fundamental for a Magus? Assuming the structure of an object and passing the necessary magical energy through it, but that's not what you did. It's no different from a strengthening magic. But it's hard to pass my magical energy and alien element through an object that's already there. It's like adding paint I consider red to something redder, but ending up with a different color. Compared to that, it's so much easier to draw using on my own paint to start from start to finish. I can just draw whatever I want.
そんなはずあるか。遠坂ならあれぐらいでき
There you go. Shirou has a natural predisposition to projection, which is
Yep.
very unusual.
Sure has some talent.
今の他の魔術師に言ったら間違いなく殺されるわよ。あんたがやったのは投影で、かつ宝具を完全に苦戦していた。あそこまでできるフェイカー。
Very, very difficult stuff. What you-
Faker, I love the name.
She's pissed.
I feel a chill. It's not my imagination. Tosaka is certainly hostile to me.
どうってことないわ。そんなことあんたの蔵を見た時から薄々感づいてたんだから。勘違いしてるようだから言ってあげるとね。あなたがやったのは投影の魔術なの。
It's so natural to Shirou that he didn't even know it was a different magic. That's what's funny. Because when he was doing it to create those items for him to strengthen early on, he didn't acknowledge it as a different kind of magic at all.
I think this refers my theory that Shirou is really distant from Muramasa.
Yeah.
実在する美術品とか名剣とかそういったものを自身の魔力でイメージ
We can't say Muramasa mid-recording or else I'll go insane.
Oh yeah, you're having your
A quick 35-minute break to talk about Muramasa. Go.
Yep.
Okay, so when the dude starts, he starts smashing a giant spider, by the way.
Yes, a human-sized spider.
大抵は儀式の際に使用する一時
It's not a humanoid spider, a human-sized
イメージ
spider.
で編んだそれは当然架空のものとして認識されるから
Spider
すぐに
of
消えてしまうものなんだけどね
Did you guys catch that, or do you want me to go back?
Back.
Wait, there you go. Sorry. Except that his projection didn't disappear quickly.
Okay. I got it.
I suppose that the point she's making is, and I think she said this before when she was explaining the basic kinds of magic, is that a lot of people don't use projection, or they see projection as a very basic kind of spell, so they don't develop it to an extent where it would be useful in a situation like Shirou, like the one that Shirou was in. So he's kind of an exception in the sense that he really gets projection to its ultimate potential, whereas most magi would not do that. I can understand that it's a reproduction made out of illusions. I saw Saber's sword in my dream and imagined the golden sword based on it.
よくわからないな。魔力ってのは粘土だろ。たとえイメージでも一度形になったものなら消えることなんてないんじゃないのか。
No?
そんなわけないじゃない魔力ってのは自分の体の中でしか存在できないものでしょ
That's
だ
not
から
right.
物に魔力を通したり魔力をスターターにして自然干渉を行うんじゃないそりゃあ私だって魔力を飴のようにこねて探検ぐらい作れるわけどそれで終わりそれは探検の形をした飴に過ぎないし外に出した魔力は気化していくからすぐに消えてしまういい魔力だけで作り上げたものは長続きしないものだしあくまで形だけのものよ
Not necessarily.
まあその形だけのものを外見も性能もオリジナルに近づけるのが投影魔術らしいんだけど
It depends on your skill as a projection magus. whether you can make it hollow or full.
Or your luck, depending if you're Shirou or not.
Certainly magical energy has no shape. I can feel it when it's in my body, but it fades and disappears when it goes outside. So no matter how well I make a blueprint in my head and construct something out of magical energy, it's only natural for it to fade away since it's made out of magical energy. Remember, Shirou demonstrated this. His small objects for practice are all hollow, but when he tried making a hollow version of Caliburn in that fight, it broke. So he needed to find a way to make it full. It wasn't just the shape, it was an actual replica, down to the nitty-gritty. So you can use projection to make a full replica of the item. It's still going to disappear because it takes energy to upkeep, right? But it's not as limited as Tosaka thinks it is. Come to think of it, when I first did something like projection when Kiritsugu first started to teach me, he told me to do strengthening instead because projection was inefficient. Yeah, exactly.
使ってもすぐに消えてしまうから作っても意味がない。
そういうこと。例えば10の魔力を使って剣を投影するでしょ。その場合、その剣の力はせいぜい3か4なのよ。人間のイメージなんて穴だらけだから本物通りの複製なんてできないんだもの。
Unless you're Shirou,
対して10の魔力を使って剣を強化した場合、その剣の力は20にも30
And
に
has
も
the
跳ね上がる。
power of God and
加
enemy on your
えてそ
side.
の持続時間は投影の何百倍よ。
Well, yeah, but it doesn't serve a purpose if you don't have a sword that you can strengthen, you know. Plus, it also doesn't serve a purpose in Shirou's situation because he sucks at strengthening. So.
That's true.
Yeah, it's Shirou, give him a
すぐ
time.
に消える複製品を用意するための魔術に過ぎない。シローの父親が強化を教えたのは適切よ。
Well, he didn't really
ただで
teach
さ
us
え魔
much.
術回路が少ないんだから、投影なんて無駄な魔術を教えたら一般人と変わらないもの。
It wasn't useless when we saved your life with it, was it, Tosaka?
Oh yeah.
I understand that.
It wasn't useless when he
We
replaced
should
Lizard
keep
with cardboard.
shooting. We should have stayed shooting Berserker at point blank
With the
range.
bow, yeah.
And it would work really well.
But then, what was that? The golden sword that I imagined in my head and reproduced seemed to have its original powers.
It's called plot armor, Shirou.
セイバー
Learn
の
to
剣
deal
を投
with
影
it.
したのはまぐれだったのか。
You're going to see a lot more of plot armor in the future, man.
Oh, I can't wait until we get to Bladeworks.
という魔力を模倣するなんて
I can't wait.
どう見てもおかしいよな。
それはきっと
There you go.
シローは剣
Now we're gonna talk about the origin.
あなたはそれが剣なんだと思う。
There you go. So Shirou has a natural, his origin, the origin of his identity and the circle of life and death is swords. That's why he dreams about them. Well, he's supposed to, but we don't see his dreams about them. We only saw that he said that he does dream about swords.
そう
So
火とか水とか各元素に当てはまるものか。
そう普通は世界を構成する一元素を背負うものなんだけどね。魔術協会でも火はノーマル、風はノーブルって言われてるじゃない。治水、火風、空でもいいし、木火、土金水でもいい。このうちどれか一つを魔術師は持っているんだけど、中にはさらに分化した属性もあるわ。大抵そういう魔術師は中央には入れず。それで言うならシローは剣よ。多様性はないけど、こと剣に関しては頂点を。
it doesn't necessarily have to be an element or an object. It can be an abstract concept, but those are rare. So
それは
it can also be really fucking weird.
Can be something like painting, something like it.
Sure,
But,
sure. I believe a certain character from Zero had the origin of severance, which they were able to employ in various smart ways during combat. And then you have people like Shiki from Kara no Kyokai, which has a blank origin or no origin, and that's just completely fucks up everything. So when it comes to swords, I've always had a strong interest in them. then what attribute would Tosaka be? Considering her...
Wait a minute. If he's so interested in swords, why he's in the archery club?
I don't know, man.
Zevlen, I have a question.
Yes.
Is it possible for someone who like it doesn't have an origin or something like it, and the origin of the person is like everything because of this, something like it?
Shiki from Kara no Kyokai has no origin. That's an important plot point, and she's completely fucked because of it in various ways. The fact that she had the implications of her having no origin are the focus of the story, so you might want to look into that. It's very interesting.
So because of that, maybe she can manipulate a lot of origins.
Oh, she has all kinds of different powers, because the origin is your spiritual connection to the root, and if you don't have one, it gets really weird.
Because I thought origin is like a box, you know, and the Shirou box already have swords, but someone who doesn't have anything in the box can put anything there.
Think of it more like this. Everyone has to have a path to the root, because when they die, they need to reincarnate. And they can only get to the root through one road, right? And then they only walk out of it through that same road. So when they reincarnate, their origin remains the same. It's just the body changes. Shiki doesn't have a road to the root. That implies that she either is outside of it, which would make her break the rules of the world, literally, or that she is inside of it at all times, which is very disturbing when you know the power of the root as the origin of true magic and shit. So yeah, it makes some weird shit happens in Kara no Kyokai. Let's just put it at that.
Okay, that looks interesting. Something like that. That looks interesting.
It is. It's very, very cool. Considering her, I'm sure it's something uppity like fire or wind, but I want to ask, and I'm curious.
参考までに聞くけど、お前の属性ってなんだ？
私は五大元素っていう属性だけど。
There you go. So
That's her origin.
Let me guess, it's something broken.
Does that mean she has all of them?
ともかく、
It's pretty
私が言え
broken.
ることなんてそんなものよ。東映は
In the
虚栄
words
って言
of
われるぐらい
Loki
意味の
God,
ないものだ
get
から
that ass
あま
bang.
り多用はしないこと。
Actually, there's a character in Kara no Kyokai, a main villain, who his whole deal is that he manipulates people to get closer to their origin. So he starts unlocking all kinds of bizarre, crazy bullshit because they start losing some of their humanity and just expelling a bunch of origin power. It's pretty crazy.
それにね、
So if your origin is animal,
そんなの
you can see how that is a problem.
あの時はうまくいったからいいものの、本来なら自滅していてもおかしくなかった。
There's a lot of interesting stuff that happens in Kara no Kyokai.
あんたも言ってたけど、セーバーの剣の魔力はシローの魔力のキャパシティを超えているのよ。それを複製するってことは、
Of course.
自分の魔術回路の限界を
Which must mean he's traveling down that path of to the root.
けど、自分の限界なんてそう簡単に超えられないだろ？
いけるわ。だからこそ魔術師は死と隣り合わせなんじゃない。魔術が形式に沿ったものなら、知識さえあればどんな魔術だって行えるのは同意でしょ。たとえ自分では再現不可能の奇跡だって分かっていても、それにチャレンジすることは誰にでもできる。魔術師なんて動力源に過ぎない。小さなエンジンでもアクセルを踏み続けていれば規定以上のスピードは出る。それと同じよ。魔術師っていうのはね、自滅さえ覚悟するなら限界なんて簡単に超えられる。魔術回路を焼き切らせて神経をズタズタにして、それでも魔力を回転させていけば奇跡に手は届くわ。あなたの投影はまさにそれよ。戦いの後ずっと体が熱かったのは神経が焼き切れていたからだもの。手足の1本や2本壊れて当然のことをあなたはしたの。
She's angry at me, but at the same time...
だから覚えておきなさい、エミヤ君。自分の限界を超えた魔術は術者を廃人にするわ。セイバーの剣を投影するなんてもう二度とやらないで。
She's really worried about me as well. She's upset that he was able to break that rule, but he did so because he's lucky. If he does it again, he might not have that luck. After warning me, Tosaka hands me some strange medicine. That went well last time, right?
気休めだろうけど、もしもの時の痛め止めぐらいは飲んどきなさい。うまくいけば、あざで変色した肌も治るかもしれないし。
Saying that, she prepares a light green powder for me. I drink the medicine with tea. Tosaka rummages through her stuff and tries to prescribe me some other medicine. Well, I feel sorry for Tosaka rummaging through her stuff, but I'm bored just sitting here, so I should... What do we do?
Question number 1.
Question number 1.
Ask about the projection magic? I don't know.
Why the fuck the second option is question number 1?
I don't know, man. Why is it?
We can't go back after we make a choice, isn't it?
It's best if we don't. It's to save time. But
As about the projection, but I'm very curious about the question number 1. It's just like ask the projection magic, or is it something I don't know? Maybe another thing.
is it question number 1? Are we doing that?
Let's go with question, please. But silence is good though.
Ask about the projection magic. Looked like the right option to me.
Oh.
This isn't a choice that's gonna kill us. So
I'm pretty curious about the question number 1, but I will go with the ask about the.
Oh no, wait. When I'll make a tie. Silence is good is looking good for me right now.
What is
Okay.
wrong with you?
Why not?
Okay.
You
Then Zevlen?
and Zevlen are loving that we.
Okay, so
we,
each-
limited are the newbies here, so I'll make you too make a move.
So each of you are, it's tied, right? I have to tie break.
Yep.
Do we want this to be useful, or do we want this to be funny?
Let's go with
Useful.
Useful.
Useful. Okay. Yeah. I understand what this projection magic is, but I want to know more details about it. Especially the part about forming your image.
なあ登坂忙しいとこ悪いんだけど
何よ、早くしろってんなら蹴っ飛ばすわよ。
Bruh.
探し物が見つからなくてイライラしてるのはこっちなん
That
だ
was
から。
quick.
どうしてこうしまったはずのものがなくなってるのよこの家は。
Maybe you're just disorganized. She complains. This is certainly like her. Everything she does is perfect, but especially the part where she always messes up her preparations.
ああそのまま探しながらでいいからさっきの話の続きをしてくれないかその投影がイメージから作る模造品だとかそういうこと
まあいいわ。話しておくことはあんたのためになるかもしれないし。
She's really in a bad mood. She throws away the Boston bag she was rummaging through and sits back down on the chair.
じゃあ手短に説明するわね。投影っていうのは手持ちにないものをその時だけ使うためのものよ。逆に言えばこの世にないもの、とっくに失われたものさえ復元することができる。本物を寸分たがわず想像できれば、あとは魔力で一時的に編み上げられる。
It's kind of like summoning a servant, in a way. It's less broken, but, you know.
この投影したものは魔力の期間に応じて消えていくのは話したわよ。
But the thought process is the same, right? You're making an image out of something that existed before, that exists as long as you have magical energy to keep it there. It has similar abilities to the original, and then once the energy is done, boom, it's gone.
So essentially, the Grail has a big amount of magical energy, then?
Yeah, no, the Grail is a big magical reactor. It's able to do this, the same idea as projection, but instead of doing it to objects, it does it to spirits, which is incredibly more difficult and almost impossible. So it's a much bigger scale, but the idea is the same. The process is the same.
そんな幻想は
Okay,
世界そのものが許さない。だ
The difference is that the Grail doesn't keep the servants there. It only summons them. It does the most costly part by itself. The master is the one who's supposed to feed the illusion while it's still there. Whereas with projection, the master is the one that does the summoning and the upkeep. There you go. The world will not permit such an... This is important. That's why anything created by projection cannot remain in this world. They're breaking one of the rules of the world because projection is kind of similar to the second magic, and every one of the true magics breaks the laws of reality because it's doing something impossible. So the world doesn't like that it's impossible. It doesn't like the chaos that's added there, so it tries to fix it. And that's probably why projections have such a short lifespan, because they're not supposed to exist as replicas of the original. You can't have two of the same, so the world just cancels its existence as fast as it can.
Okay.
It's a contradiction. It's a paradox. There you go.
魔術ってのは元からあるものに手を加えて違うものに切り替える現象を言うの。
That's why Mahotsukai no Yoru is so interesting, because we're playing as a true magician, and every time she uses magic, true magic, the world gets really upset, and bad things happen.
けど幻想に等価交換も何もない。イメージで作られたものが世界のどこにもない場合、それは絶対の矛盾になる。だからこの時代にありえないセーバーの剣なんて投影したら、世界そのものがその幻想を破壊する。世界とつながって奇跡を起こすのはいいけど、世界にない奇跡を起こすのはご法度だから。
So it's the gangster, ghetto, true magic.
So basically the law, nothing creates, always transforms. Nothing is created, just transforms.
Yes, that's
so basically
the...
when you actually create something, the world will slowly dissipate it to...
Yeah,
okay.
It's conservation of energy in that sense. You can't create something out of nothing. First of all, that's breaking the rules. And second of all, you can't create another of something. You can't make something unreal into something real. So the world goes and fixes it because it can't bear the paradox. Too dangerous. That's why using true magic is dangerous, because it's all based on paradoxes, and they're much larger scale than just making a sword. So... yeah, it's a big yikes. This is an important motif in the Nasu verse that we're going to come back to if we play Tsukihime. It's going to become very important, because Tsukihime does focus very seriously on the world as a character, but in the Nasu verse the world is alive, and the fact that it's alive is very important to how it functions and the functions of magic and stuff, and the different kinds of supernatural beings that exist in the Nasu verse. In a way, projection and true magic are like cancer. You're creating new cells out of nothing, and it's damaging the body of the world, so it goes and tries to fix it before it spreads. Tosaka explains it all. Of course, I don't get half of what she said. Tosaka resumes her search. Watching her, I realize again that the victory over Berserker was a miracle. There you go, I got some exposition. So, after she makes me drink various medicine, she makes me practice simple strengthening to check on my health. Like checking if there's anything wrong with my body by channeling magical energy through it and so on. Tosaka's more like a doctor than a teacher today. I'm surprised. That means our training is done.
今の状況で私があなたに教えることなんてないもの。本気で魔術を習いたいならこの戦いが終わってからにするべきよ。
We have more serious things to be concerned about.
それにもうアーチャーはいないでしょ。素人の協力関係はもうとっくに終わってたのよ。
Being told that, I finally realized. From the beginning, we cooperated only to fight Berserker. Berserker's gone, and Tosaka has lost her servant, so this should all have ended yesterday.
それじゃあトサカはこれから
She's
どう
out
す
of
る
the
んだ
war.
That would only be natural. Tosaka and Kotomine are close, so it should be fine for her to request his protection.
なんで？行くわけないじゃない。まだ負けてもいないのに。サーバントがいなくなったから。
There you go, that's the Tosaka I know. Say, fuck it. I will only lose when I lose. I'll only lose when I die.
一度戦うと決めたからには最後まで事の顛末を確かめるのが責任でしょ。
You won't die when you get killed.
Yep. As if it's only natural. Tosaka says it confidently. I'm stunned. No, I'm not surprised. I already knew Tosaka was this kind of a person. She really is firm, and amazingly selfish, and so fascinatingly brilliant.
けどそれじゃあどうするんだ。一人でやっていくのか。まだサーバントとマスターは残ってるんだぞ。
そうね。だからしばらくはここで情報を集めるわ。竜道寺の調査も再開しないといけないし。
しばらくはここに残る。いいのか。そうしてもらえると助かるけど、もう協力関係は終わったんだろう。
I love that Shiro's trying to imply that he could kill Tosaka.
何言ってるのよ。バザーカーに勝てたのはあーちゃんのおかげでしょ。協力関係は終わったけど、その借りはまだ貸したままよ。それに責任は最後まで取るって言ったでしょ。ちょっとの間だったけど指定になったしね。あなたを一人にしたら頼りになる
There you go.
聖杯戦
Tosaka admits it.
So that's how she won't die in the first night outside of Shiro's house.
In other words, this is it. Yes. It feels like ages ago, but the Tosaka-rin that Emi Shiro admired was a girl like this. That's why I'm happy. Tosaka has to be like this. After all, I wouldn't know what to believe in if such a stubborn girl decided to give up.
これからもよろしく頼む、トサカ。なんだかんだ言って、お前がいないと右も左もわからない。俺とセイバーにはトサカが必要なんだ。
いいけど、あんたその言い回しはやめなさいってば。馬鹿正直なのはいいけど、気をつけないと誤解を招くわよ。
I don't quite understand why Tosaka would get mad at that.
トサカ、誤解を招く。
Boy, he's
Oh my god.
あのね、
Oh
今のは
boy,
失
he's
言な
damn
の。
stupid.
聞くなって態度で表してるんだから、追求するのはルール違反よ。
It seems Tosaka knows a rule I don't know about.
あきれた。これ
Another
じゃ
one.
セイバーも大変だわ。まあ、それともあんたたちはそれでちょうどいいのかもね。少しぐらい麻痺してないと、あなたもセイバー
Well, Saber's
にダメな
even
のかもし
worse.
れないし。
So,
Oh yeah.
it's not like, you know.
よくわからないけど、そのセイバーが大変だってのは聞き捨てならないぞ。
Oh my god. Oh, Shiro.
Having a goddamn harem and harem.
その分じゃセイバーの変化になんて気がついてないでしょ、エミヤ君は。
セイバーの変化。
Tosaka's out here to break the news.
Boy, he's stupid. He's stupid as said.
Thank God Tosaka's still around, you know? Maybe if she wasn't, Shiro would end the war and not know. That's not a change on the outside, is it? If anything has changed about Saber, it's...
ああ、そういえば朝から様子が変だったな。いや、イリアがいたから不機嫌だったとは思うんだけど、
Dude, they literally
Are you
bang.
serious?
If you are recalling the Arrogate version, they literally bang the answer, and he's like, I don't know what you're talking about, Rin.
I have no fucking
Why is-
idea what you're saying.
But what the fuck she
Yeah,
said? She said because she have a dream with
and Saber are
had a
only
dream and
friends.
leaves. What the fuck?
What else would it be, right? What else would it be? Shirou's just so fucking
What else?
stupid.
What else?
It's damn stupid.
I forgot about it since I was busy with Illya. Come to think of it, Saber was acting weird like she was half asleep or something.
セイバーが夢を見た？
何
Yes, to be a gangster. Anyway.
Oh, she's ignoring me. That isn't good.
黙ってないで何か言ってくれ。そんな顔されるとこっちまで不安に
It's
なる。
always bad news when Tosaga starts thinking.
ああ、別にそんな大したことじゃないわ。単にサーバントは夢を見ないってだけだから。
Huh. Servants
But
don't
it's
dream?
Shirou, boyo.
そうよ。
They are.
サーバントは夢なん
Girl,
て見ない
have
わ
not。learned yet.
それでも
If
見た
Shiro's
って
the
言
one
う
in the
な
middle
ら
of it,
それ
it's
は
going
夢
to
じゃな
break
い。
every single rule.
単に誰かの記憶を垣間見ただけの話よ。
Tosaga must have had the same experience. She says so with a coldness totally different from her earlier cheerfulness. A glimpse of his memory. And so it's time to prepare dinner. All the things that happened in the past few days have destroyed the cooking rotation.
今日の夕食お願いね。今夜もまた冷えそうだし、イリアもいるし、シチューとかいいんじゃない？
God damn it, Tosaga. But she tells me that as she leaves.
まあ確かにイリアはシチューってイメージだけどな。
Man, I'd like some stew. Maybe because of how she looks with the coat and the hat. Anyways, I have no objections to making stew for dinner. I'm not that good at making Western food, but I shouldn't make any terrible mistakes with stew. I mean, if you fuck up stew, you just have no place in the kitchen. You can't fuck up stew. It's impossible. It's
Zevlen is Gordon Ramsay moment, but let's move on.
It's a bit before 6. There's still a bit of time until I need to start cooking. I'm sweaty, so I should take a bath. It's a bit of a hassle to take a bath before dinner, but since Tosaga and Saber take their baths after dinner, I'm forced to take it late. Making
Okay.
stew is literally, you just have to like put the meat in a pan and then throw some water over the meat. How do you fuck that up? It's impossible. The hallway is
Nothing
cold.
is impossible.
Fair point. Fair
Shirou,
point.
man.
I've met a person that doesn't know how to fry an egg, so you know,
Oh, okay.
it's not nothing is
Also
impossible
what?
in this planet. The room is warm because of the heater, but I can feel the winter cold as soon as I emerge into the hallway. It seems that even though the weather should be warm, it's been a bit screwed up over the past few days. Oh, I think is it today? No, it's not.
What?
Speaking of cold, I
What?
heard that it snowed. I didn't notice because probably because it lasted less than an hour and there wasn't much. Well, if it did pile up, the yard would be full of a snowman army and I'd have to clean it up afterwards, so you could say I'm glad. Of course, only one person would build a snowman army. The day it snowed last year, I remember her standing in front of class with hands red from frostbite. I was going to take a shower, but the bathroom is quite hot already.
シロ、
Oh, it is today.
Oh, I can't believe it.
The sound of
I
water.
guess you're-
As soon as my gaze moves to the bathtub. Oh, they censored it in Real Tanua.
Oh, that's going to be the thumbnail. That's going to be the thumbnail.
They censored
No,
it
the
in
other one.
That is
in
our
Stay
thumbnail.
Night and Stay Night 2004 in the original version of the game. Her breasts are out.
Okay.
I can't talk right since my throat is numb. I can't move
I
my
saw
body
that.
because you saw that. I can't move my body because I can't think. But still, somewhere in my head, I think. What?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. But still, somewhere in my head, I think that something like this happened before. No, it's not the same as before. Saber was baring her skin last time, but I was fully clothed. This time is completely different.
セイバ
My gasp echoes through the air. Saber watches as I stand there dumbfounded. Saber will get mad this time. Surely she'll get mad. She'll definitely get mad. As proof, her soft lips are trembling as if they will yell in the next moment.
すまん、悪かった。シャワーを使おうと思って、いや、こんな時間に誰か入っているとは思っていなかったんだけ
I
ど。
love this scene.
Now I want
I really do. Because it's completely different from...
Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it really is.
It's completely
I
different
really
from
want
how
to
it would
be-
be in other anime, is what I mean. We're gonna get there, but...
I really want to see Illya entering the room right now and just going, what the?
I give my excuses while backing up towards the dressing room. It's not like I'm fascinated by Saber. It just feels like Saber will get madder if I run back to the dressing room. But in either case, I can't take my eyes off of her. I remember that night at the ruins. I recall the warmth of Saber who was so close to me. Saber's body was frail and delicate. We shared our warmth and heartbeats. It wasn't the time for this back then, but now all of it makes me feel something that's hard to resist.
とにかく話は後で。
I reach behind me searching for the door, and then
申し訳ありません、ジロー。その勝手な申し出なのですが、今は席を外してもらえないでしょうか。
It's time, Shirou.
Saber asks in a faint voice as she averts her gaze. That really blanks my mind. Why Saber won't get mad, her embarrassed face makes all the blood go to my head.
と、
I murmur by reflex. Saber hangs her head even more in
で
apology.
すから、シャワーを使うのはもう少し後にしてください。この場を一人で使うことを今だけは許してほしい。
Saber curls up as if hiding her body. That suddenly makes me remember. When I met Saber in the dressing room last time, she didn't say anything. The sex of a servant is of no concern. She was the one who said that, with no concern for her appearance.
つまり、待て、頭がぐるぐるしててうまく言えないんだが。
Come on, work.
要するに、セイバー。
Only the smartest questions.
ないのか。
シローが体を洗うのは当然でしょう。私はそこまでマスターの行動を制限しません。
I understand.
They are genuinely going to take a bath together. Oh boy.
In other words, Saber thinks nothing of her appearance or whether or not she is clothed. So it's natural that I'm here. As the bath is a place to wash her body, it's natural for me to be here. Saber being here is also of no concern. That's helpful, but I think it's wrong.
けど、なら、今俺がシャワーを使ってもいいってことに。
ですから、それは見られることは問題ではないのです。ただ、私の体は凛のように。ですから。
Saber blushes even more and finishes with difficulty.
シローにはあまり見てほしくない。このように筋肉のついた体では。
She says that.
What the?
I almost faint for a bunch of different reasons.
バカ、そんなこと。
Ridiculous. Saber's body is not unsightly. She claims her body is rugged, but I was never worried about that. Of course, her body is trained compared to Tosaka's, but still. I think Saber's body is really feminine.
シロー、そういう理由だから一人にしてほしいのですわ。
I don't know how I answered. All I can remember is that I nodded and shut the door. And so the day ends. Dinner was exciting. Illya spoke more and more at each meal today, and she had a weird relationship with Tosaka where I couldn't tell whether they were friendly or fighting. Saber is more approving of Illya, but she must not have let her guard down as she frowns every time Illya comes near me. The past few days were too wild. A normal day like this is unsettling for me. I go out to the yard quietly. It's a bit before midnight. Under the cold moonlight, I walk, leaving traces of white breath behind me. And and before I realize it, I'm doing my daily routine. I'm being taught by Tosaka, so there's no need for me to train here now. But still, I sit on the cold ground and check the thing within me. It's not that I feel uneasy about my skills. This is just a jinx. I've been doing this for years now, so it doesn't feel right unless I finish my day here. But today's training is more heated up than usual. Tosaka told me not to use it, but I can't obediently agree with her. If I can make this projection thing mine, it'll be a powerful weapon and I'll be able to help Saber better. Besides, I still have that heat in my body. The night at the ruin, the battle in the forest filled with the morning mist, the golden sword I made. The remaining heat is still in my hands and my heart wishes it to start burning again when I try it. Reproducing it is easy. My mind was jumbled up back then because I was desperate, but I can perform only the steps I need now. No. From the beginning there was only one to guide Miyashiro. The pronunciation is the same, just change the self's recognition and it will become an original spell. I understand how dangerous it is without needing for Tosaka to tell me. As a magus, Miyashiro must not associate himself with projection. It's something that's beyond me. A venture beyond one's capabilities will eventually be paid for by death. Not to mention that he gave up a significant part of his circuit. So
yeah, I think it's kind of funny that there is just one magic circuit that is appearing right now.
Yeah. I mean, he gave most of his away. Or not most. He gave a number of them away. So I erased the blueprint I was drawing. On the other side of the door, as if hiding the blue moon, Saber approaches. Oh, Saber. Saying so, she looks at me. It's impossible to hide my face as my face is all sweaty as always. I wiped the sweat off my forehead. I'm surprised. The sweat I wiped off is ice cold. I thought it was cold, but was it this cold in the shed?
Shirou, 一日も欠かさずそれを。いや、まあ、できる限りは。親父に言われた日課だし、これぐらいはやらないと。
Sorry for all the moving noises. Replying, I regret that I'm bluffing. This is my daily routine. I wanted to boast to Saber by saying that. The training at the end of the day is certainly no trouble for me. But it was never easy for me either. Saber doesn't say anything. Behind her is the moon. Slanting rays of light enter the shed, covered in blue darkness. This is like a reproduction of the night I met her.
Saber, Tosakaが言ってたことなんだけど。
As soon as I think I think this is like watching a dream.
サーバントは夢を見ないっていうのは本当なのか?
Without realizing, I ask her the question.
ええ、私たちは夢を見ない。もともと幽体であるサーバントは眠りません。私は幽体化ができないため眠らざるを得ませんが、それ
でも朝は見たって。
Oh, this ever-present feeling.
There's something strange there, but a small silence. She closes her eyes once and looks at me with a gentle face as if she's determined.
私が見たものはあなたの夢です、シロ。マスターとサーバントは精神的にもつながっている。結びつきが強くなれば相手の過去を垣間見ることもあるでしょう。
夢に見たって俺の過去か。
はい。あなたの心に踏み入る行為だとは分かっていたのですが、それをどうか許してください、シロ。
That goes for me as well. Saber's past. I've seen the days before she became a servant many times.
バカ、そんなのセイバーのせいじゃないだろう。夢に見ちまうなら仕方がないじゃないか。それに謝るのはこっちの方だ。 俺の昔なんてつまんないことばかりだろ。そんなもん見せられたらおちおち眠ってられやしない。
いえ、夢を見たのは今朝だけです。それも最近のことではありませんから、シロの男性としてのプライベートを侵害するようなことは決してありません。
Oh, she can have a dream.
Saber comments honestly. But private? Well, I've only done ordinary stupid things, but...
それは助かるけど、最近のことじゃないって、じゃあいつ頃のことなんだ。
大きな火事でした。私が見たものは、
Oh, okay.
その光景だけです。
A quiet voice. Her gentle eyes tell me what she saw that night. I see. So she dreamt about that.
そうか。それはなんていうか。
That was an interesting change that happened there. I don't know if you caught that. Should I say unfortunate?
Yeah, why was Sauron in there or something like that?
It's like going to a movie theater to
Power.
go.
No,
Yeah. It's like going to a movie theater to go see a movie you know, but going into the completely wrong theater and seeing something completely different.
それでわかりました。いいえ、前から思ってはいたのです。あなたにはひどく危ういところがあると。
危ういところってなんだよ。そりゃセイバーから見れば至るところは危なげだろうけど。
そんな意味ではありません。あなたは、シローは私と似ています。だからあなたの間違いもわかる。このまま進めばどうなってしまうかも同じだから分かってしまう。
いや、間違ってなんかないけどな。そりゃ失敗は数えきれないけど、俺は親父みたいな正義の味方になるんだ。間違ったことなんてできないだろう。
だからそれが間違いなのです。シロ、あの事故はあなたのせいでもないし。
Finally, Saber is beating some sense into Shiro's head.
あなたには償うべきものなどないのです。
Of course.
Why the tower disappeared now?
It was only an accident and I was only a victim. While certainly there have been times when I felt guilty about being the only survivor, but...
以前リンが言っていました。
Oh, okay. It's only on the Saber vision. She saw the tower and Shiro didn't see the tower.
No, he saw it. It's just glitching a bit. He doesn't remember the night exactly as it happened.
So,
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. Is that something that we'll just see in Heavensville or something like
Oh
that?
no.
Or what?
Oh no. We're gonna understand what's going on soon.
I don't know either.
Well, at least it won't take 4 months until Heavensville, so I guess.
Yeah.
あなたは自らの命を代価として人を助けようとするのではない。あなたは単に初めから自分の命が
It's what we were talking about when they had that date in the park. It's not that Shiro wants to save other people at the possible expanse of his life. Is that he wants to die in many ways. And saving people is just an efficient way to do that, to justify it in his own head. He feels like his life is undeserved. That he was saved when so many people died. Like he's not supposed to be there. It's a pretty sad situation, to be honest.
Indeed.
Did my pupils open wide? Somehow I cannot see Saber's face clearly.
あの事故を忘れることはあなたにはできないでしょう。ですが覚えている限りシロは変わらない。
苦しい。俺が
Saber doesn't have the memories from the last war, right?
Oh, she
Or
does.
She does? Okay. So she knows about what happened. Because she participated in the last war, she
Yep.
said it.
Well, of course it's painful. Saber doesn't need to tell me that. If she didn't have memories from the last war, she wouldn't know that she participated in it. Which is also unusual for a servant, but... It's only natural. So many people died and it was such a hell. I think it's only natural for it to be painful. And besides, if it weren't, it might be all meaningless.
確かにこうして思い出すと辛い。けどそれは終わったことだ。今さらどうにかできることじゃないだろう。
Saber doesn't answer. She scratches her arm, irritated.
私は聖杯を手に入れなければならない。けれどそれはシローにも当てはまる。
セイバー。
シローには聖杯が必要だ。私があなたに呼び出されたのは必然だったのです、マスター。
How can I answer that?
先に眠ります。シローがあまり無茶はしないように。
Saber leaves. I cross my arms and ponder. Do I need the Grail? The Grail that grants the wishes of its possessor. A vessel which contains unlimited amounts of magical energy for which it is said nothing is impossible. If I had such a thing, my wish would certainly be easily granted, but...
いや、違う。どう考えても聖杯なんていらないぞ。
Yeah, I definitely don't need it. Because I don't have any wishes that won't come true or that are impossible. Because if it's a dream I can't reach by myself, I won't even dream it in the first place. The night thickens. With only the moonlight, I listen to the distant wind as in the familiar shed. The implication really is that Saber wants to change what happened to her.
Oh, that was the end?
Yeah, 13, February 13th, Infinity Arms. I'll make a quick pause because I have to go to the restroom.
Can we make a light pause?
Yeah, I'll be back. Alrighty, we're back. February 13th, Fate 13, Infinity Arms. Is this a Dojo reference? No, this is an Asura's Wrath reference. A red hill covered in corpses and a gray sky. The heavy clouds drifting away announce the end of the battle. Oh, this one sucks. I know this scene. This is a scene I've seen many times already. This is one of the battles Saber experienced. These are the remains of a battleground so familiar to her as she is always victorious. After this, she will return to her castle, the people will celebrate her victory, and they will prepare for the next battle. This is her everyday life. This is but one of the 12 great battles she has gone through. That is why she does not bear any memories of the victory, but merely accepts it calmly. I think about such random things. That is not a dream, just a cold truth that cannot be changed. From the moment she drew the sword from the stone, she was not a human. After becoming a feudal lord like her father, she became a king with many knights. She was called King Arthur or Arturia, and the girl who had tried to become a knight had her life turned around. No, it is more correct to say that it ended. At that instant, the girl with childlike features disappeared, and the only existence permitted was that of the King of Knights. She acted as the son of the king, and that was because the one to govern many territories and control the knights had to be male. The only ones who knew that the king was just a girl were her father and the Magus. She literally covered herself in steel and sealed the truth for all her life. Why didn't I realize what that meant? Someone placed before everyone managed to keep her identity secret. I don't know what suffering she went through as I'm only watching from a distance. Time passes. These must be her memories of the 10 years she spent as a king. There's only one thing common to all of them. Even on the throne, even in a hallway, even on the battlefield, no one talked to her. Even the loud round table filled with the knights' tales of bravado fell silent when the king stepped in. So that's what it means. She was only idolized. Many knights looked down on Arturia, who looked like a small kid, and they did not approve of swearing their sword to her. But because she drew out the sword that they could not, they had to obey her, at least in form. They just accepted the disgrace, believing that it would pass. Even if she drew the sword, she was just a child. Even with Merlin's help, she will fail soon enough. When that happens, they need only to take the holy sword away from her and reselect the king. That's what most of the knights thought. But the results were different. The knight that just entered adulthood was a king without flaw. She brought peace to the fighting lords and immediately fought off the invading enemies. Of course, it wasn't because of the power of the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword only protects the king. It is the king's power that protects the country. And in that way, she suppressed the knights with results. The protection of the Holy Sword works only against enemy swords. It does not help rule over people's hearts. She worked hard to be an ideal king, and so the knights had to follow their king. They suppressed their dissatisfaction with the young king as they saw he was perfect. She tried to be an ideal king. Being an ideal king was the condition of their support. There was no room for the human Arturia. The girl determined to be a king, a great knight who pulled out the holy sword, who did not age from that moment on, and one who won 12 great battles. The more perfect she was, the more people kept away from her. The longer she stayed that way, the more isolated she became. That was her true identity. But she still did well. No, she did too well. She defeated her enemies efficiently and minimized the victims in battle. No matter what kind of a war it is, a battle will have victims, so she believed she should make sacrifices before the war to prepare the army and to defeat the enemy efficiently. She would exhaust one village to prepare the army, defeat the invaders before they could damage the land, and save 10 villages in its stead. That was the solution she came up with as a king, and in truth, it was the best policy. But the knights must have been unhappy. For them, only the invaders should die. It was proper to win without allowing any victims. There's no need to sacrifice one's own territory before a battle. We will win, so there will not be any victims. There will not be any victims, so the king's actions are fruitless. That's what they thought. Of course, that was just a fantasy. Once the battle began, the knights did not think about the small villages. It was only natural for them to trample over them, as the small villages were not what they sought to protect. The knights say it is only natural to be destroyed by the invaders, but it is a great sin to destroy them with your own hands. Of course, she knew that, but a king cannot allow her personal feelings to affect her decisions. She kills her emotions to make a decision, and the knights suppress their personal feelings to obey. And after many sacrifices and continuing victories, the country became stable. The price of that was a revolt against the king. King Arthur does not understand human feelings. One knight said so and left the castle. It's a ridiculous story. Nobody wanted her to be human, but they revolted against her because she didn't have a human's feelings. The age of chaos continues. The knights who had been dissatisfied with the king for some time became more so after that one knight left. They pushed all problems onto her and cornered her. Ruin was in sight. Death if she could not solve all the problems. Even if she did solve them, the result would be the same. But such trivial things are of no concern to a king. Her mind will not change even if she is abandoned, feared, or betrayed. Probably because she had her mind made up long before. She abandoned her emotions from the moment she decided to pull out the sword. A scene from a few years before. Knights from all over the country gathered to try to pull the sword out of the stone, but nobody could pull it out, and the knights were desperate to choose the most superior king by competing jousting skills. The knights went to the arena and forgot about the sword. It felt much like watching a festival from a distance. In the distance are the brave sounds of the cavalry. The roars of the knights are far away, and there is no one around the stone. What did the girl think before that? Before she realized that an unknown magus was standing behind her. He says he is not trying to frighten her, but that she should stop. He also said that she would be resented by all humanity and die a miserable death. She could not have been without fear, because the magus showed her the end she would face if she took the sword. But that was just made the girl more determined. She nodded firmly even when she was shown her future. The magus asks her if she really is fine with that. She takes the sword. The magus turns his back.
その一番大切なものを引き換えにするだろう。
And leaves those prophetic words. That's right. The girl only wanted to protect everyone. But to do so, she had to throw away the emotion of wanting to protect people. Because one cannot protect a country as a king if one has human emotions. She accepted it, then pulled out the sword. She accepted it and swore to live as the king, so her heart would not change even if she was abandoned, feared, or betrayed. She threw away her heart. The young girl decided to protect in exchange for it. Who would ever know of such a sublime oath?
戦うと決めた。
No matter what.
それでも
Even if there was still inevitable solitary ruin awaiting at the end. And the end was this. The Battle of Camlann. One knight usurped the throne while King Arthur was in a campaign. Her country split in two, and a war began. In the legend, it is said that knights and chivalry were utterly destroyed. She slashed away the knights that once followed her and attacked the lands she once protected. The knights who sided with her died and her body was crippled. There was nobody around her. That's normal, nothing has changed. The only thing in her heart is the pride as a king. She knew of this end, but she still ran through her life because she believed something came of it. She has no regrets. If there is one regret, it is that the country is in ruin. She raises her eyes. She might be able to see the distant castle from this hill, but all that's there is the remains of the battle, a deep forest, and a lake she must return to. Yes, the hill she ran through is now a wall she cannot climb over. Strength escapes her shoulders, and for the first time, the girl lets go of the holy sword by her own will. And that is the end. It's only natural for the dream to end here, because that is the end of her memories. So this is one end that cannot be changed. She worked so hard, she was resented, and she was betrayed. No one ever realized that she loved the people more than the country, and she was always the merciless king. She was never rewarded or understood. On the red hill of swords, the solitary girl who was always betrayed is about to face death. Death by the hands of her own son, in fact, who was the person who betrayed her at the end of the day.
That's pretty sad.
Yep.
I wake up to the sound of the rain.
朝になってる。
I hold my shaking head and get my body up. It's not 6 yet. The sound of rain from outside isn't that loud. I rattle my teeth at the sudden headache, but it only lasts for a moment. Neither the pain nor the image that pops into my head lasts long, but that scene is more than enough to wake my brain up.
今の夢は
No, I don't even need to confirm it. That was Saber's past. It was the end of her life that happened a long time ago that cannot be changed. Before I realize it, I'm gritting my teeth. It's making a sound. Somehow I'm really angry. I grit my teeth loudly and suppress the urge to have a fit.
なんだよそれ。
Just remembering it makes me mad. Her past, her thinking nothing of it, and me thinking the dream was nothing. I don't like it. I don't know what I don't like about it, but I just don't. I hate it. I don't want that. That life was unfair no matter how you look at it. Such a life is wrong. She only wished for others. She did not wish anything for herself in return. She worked so hard, but nobody knew about it. That pisses me off. That's just too unfair to her.
It's because of that. She didn't think about the human emotion, something like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. If she worked harder than anybody else, she should be rewarded the most. She has to be rewarded for all the things she's done. But what can be done now? Can I just tell her that she did a good job? Praise her that she was great? Of course not. Such easy words won't fix anything.
答えなんて一つだけだ。
That's right. If she is to be rewarded, her life must be repaid. The girl called Arturia has to become happy in proportion to how much she has fought. My train of thought stops here. I don't know how to make people happy. It makes me realize my own distortions. I've been living trying to be a superhero, but all that I've been doing is lending people a hand. I believed everybody around me would be happy if I helped others like that, but no. I couldn't move forward with pride unless I believed that. Helping someone and saving someone are essentially different. I can't think of a way to reward Saber because I don't know the difference between these two. The breakfast table is the same as always. Saber and Tosaka must be adaptable as they already seem to be used to Illya's presence.
で、あんたはどうするのよ、シロ。残るマスターは3人。聖杯戦争だって期限がないってわけじゃないんだから、そろそろ行動に移らないとまずいわよ。
Tosaka is right. My body is fine and Saber is healed. Yesterday should be the last day of the rest.
そうだな。けど行動を起こすにしてもそれは夜からだ。日が昇っているうちは今まで通りにする。
本気？まあ相手の情報がないんだから闇雲に出歩いても仕方がないけどさ。じゃあシロは今日もセイバーにいじめられるわけ？
Training with Saber.
I love that she doesn't even call training anymore. It's just getting beat up by Saber.
The beat up training?
No, the beat up session with Saber is not training. That's just getting our
I know.
Getting
But
your ass beat.
it was just a joke.
That's the
trainer.
That's the usual task, and it's natural for a master to prepare for battle.
リン、私とシロが行っているのは鍛錬です。今の発言は人聞きが悪すぎます。
いや、
And that looked poorly
午
translated.
前中
But
は
anyway.
今まで通りセイバーにしごかれるよ。
シロ、あなたまでそのように言われては
Bruh.
私の立場がないのですが。
あ、いや、悪いセイバー。
I
ぼーっ
like
としてて
ring
聞いてなかっ
face.
た。
ですからリンの言うまったくどうしたのですシロ。今朝は覇気が感じられません。朝食もどことなく彩りに欠けますし。
She asks, but Saber's words aren't criticizing. I can feel that Saber believes in me. Sorry, I had to check something. That's why it's even harder to look at her now. If I do, the image of that hill pops into my head.
わかりました。後ほどカツを入れて差し上げます。それでは今日も道場で鍛錬をするでいいのですね、シロ。
ああ、頼む。イリアはどうするんだ？
私も昨日と同じだよ。雨に濡れるのは嫌いだから外に出たくないわ。
そうか、そうしてくれると助かる。できればイリアには家にいてほしいからな。外に出るのは危ない。
うん、昨日みたいにお弁当作ってくれるなら一緒にいてあげてもいいよ。
It seems Illya liked the boxed lunch yesterday. I'm a bit embarrassed that she's content with such a thing, but I'm happy if she's happy.
なんだ、それじゃあ昨日と同じってことね。私も調べ物があるから部屋にこもるけど、午後になったら顔を出しなさい。ちょっと話があるから。調べ物ですか？そう。セイバーなら分かってると思うけど、昨日から竜道寺の様子がおかしいのよ。あれだけ精力的にやってた魔力集めも止まってるし、何か動きがあったのは明白でしょ？
That's bad.
まあ、
Someone's going on the offensive now.
一番厄介そうなのは竜道寺のやつだしね。
You guys remember, right? Because if she was doing, you know, the master there was doing something like Shinji and Rider that needed a lot of energy for a delayed activation, then the fact that they're done collecting magical energy is a bad sign.
Again, someone's going on the offensive pretty soon.
Well, at least we're going to have a target that we can see, right? Hopefully it's going to be before something really bad happens.
We are going to have a target that is coming for us.
Yeah.
そ それでしたら探索に専念した方がいいのではないですか。無理に時間を割いてシロに享受する必要はないと思いますが。
Well, we have to go on the offensive soon if we want to stop them, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
まあそこはそれ。悪いけど我慢してちょうだい。私もね、まだ危なっかしくて放っておけないのよ。敵に殺されるのならいいけど、魔術をしくじって自滅でもされたら死として面目がないでしょ。
She is not wrong.
リンの言う通りです。私はどうかしていました。リンの授業が必要ないなんて。
Again, though, we have to think about how we're going to deal with Assassin if we're going to Ryudo Temple. Because he was giving Saber some trouble when we first went there, so...
But we can make some... Because we can make some... strategic, because we already know his noble phantasm.
Yeah.
We already know... Yep. We already know a lot of things about him.
Well, we know of...
I don't think it's that much trouble. It's a trouble, but we already know a lot of things about him.
Yeah, and we know the layout of the entrance to the temple, so we can think about how we're going to deal with it. Right?
Yeah. I think Lancer maybe is more problematic.
Sure.
I don't know.
Sure, because we don't know where Lancer is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Caster, we don't know what
pretty
Caster
much.
is.
But wait, isn't Lancer's master at least close to the school?
We don't know. We know that Lancer was there, but Lancer was also in Shiro's house, so...
Masters can command their servant to go
places.
Yeah.
Especially because, if I'm not mistaken, let me just check the status screen. My favorite screen in the game. Lancer, does he have... No, he doesn't. I thought he had independent action. I was misremembering. That's
okay.
That's Assassin, I think. I don't know.
それじゃあ午前中の鍛錬頑張ってね。そいつ頑丈だから死なない程度に痛めつけるぐらいが最適。
Thank you, Dean. Very helpful as usual. Tosaka leaves the living room with an absurd comment. Yeah, let's beat up Tosaka. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm down for it. I'm down for it.
I remember her just in case. I don't know why Saber's so happy, but...
はい。分かっています。
Oh,
シローの体に関してなら
steamy.
私の方が熟知していますから。
She saw something in her dreams.
She replies like that. Talk about
ど
misunderstandings,
うし
man.
ました？食べないのですか、イリアスフィール。昨日に比べるとまだ3割にも届いていませんが。
違うよ。こっちのは食べられないの。
Ah,
私辛いのはダメなんだ。
はあ、そう辛いとは思いませんが、この香辛料は鶏肉に合っています。
マスタードは嫌いなんだってば。いいから食べて。その代わりそっちのイチゴの食べてあげる。
何をするのです、イリアスフィール。こら戻しなさい。それはダメです。甘いものが欲しいならリンゴのパイがあるでしょう。
sitting next.
Does she have some? Why Illya can't? Does she have some allergies to or something like that?
I don't know, man. Sitting next to each other, the two of them are fighting like close sisters. It's past noon. We three are eating lunch together like yesterday. Oh yeah, the lunch isn't the only thing that's the same as yesterday. The training before this was exactly like yesterday's. No, it was even more awkward today. I don't know how to put it, but my heart starts beating hard when I see Saber and I can't attack her seriously now. Saber's also acting strangely, as she never used to overlook such openings, but now she just waits for me to attack. And for a while, we just stared at each other.
二人ともどうしたの？見ててあんまり面白くないの？
I renewed my spirits with that and attacked Saber, but the results were the same. After repelling my half-assed attack, she wouldn't counter and let me go. As I wasn't attacked, I would face Saber again and charge again, but she would overlook me again. This strange time ended about 10 minutes ago. At Saber's request, we entered the lunch break and we're eating lunch now. The menu is the same as yesterday, a sandwich, but I couldn't just make the same thing as yesterday, so I elaborated on the ingredients and it seems like they really like it. Illya is in high spirits, and Saber caught her breath, faced with the multicolored sandwiches. I'm just guessing, but I think Saber must have been getting ready. Anyways, it's much louder today than yesterday. It's raining outside, and the floor is cold wood, but I think this feels like a picnic.
ああ、もうそこまでです、イリアスフィール。それでは服が汚れてしまう。まったく、シローの真似をして一口で食べるからそうなるのです。あなたの口は小さいのですから、もう少しおとなしく食べるべきでしょう。
分かってないのはセイバーの方よ。こういうお弁当はね、お行儀を気にする方が失礼なのよ。これはピクニックなんだから、こういう風にするのが本当
I like how Ilya's villain Shirou thinks similarly at some points. It's kind of funny. Illya munches on the sandwich happily. Saber wipes Ilya's mouth. It's a bit surprising. It's not just Saber, as Illya trusts Saber more than she did yesterday.
驚いた。拒否しないのですか、イリアスフィール。
なんで？私、優しくされるの好きだよ。他のやつが私に触れたら殺すけど、セイバーは綺麗だから許してあげる。
The seductress.
今は同
The
じお弁当を食べる
arguments.
仲間だもの。
The facts and logic.
Man, I like this peace moment.
I know, right? It's very interesting.
Yeah, fair enough.
Illya says so simply. Saber looks at Illya dumbfounded. Illya's smile was a surprise attack even for me, who was watching from the side.
何？セイバーは楽しくないの？
あ、いえ、それは。
私は楽しいよ。外は雨で、ここはこんな殺風景の場所で、欲しかったものは何もない。けど、こうしていると嬉しいの。一人でいるより。
It's certainly much better than being used for your family as a tool to win the Grail.
セイバーは楽しく
Yep,
ないの？
fair enough. And by the way, where's the goddamn rest of the family?
Probably back home. I mean, she didn't come here with her family, right? Her family is still in Europe.
Yeah, but there are not maids in that big castle who would not recognize that the child that is practically the person of interest in that place is pretty much gone.
Of course. But then again, she can go back and explain. They're just maids, after all. They're not like magi or anything, so. Big asterisk, but, you know, at this moment, they're just people. It's not like they can do anything. They probably think she's doing something important. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna see them do things in Stay Night. I don't remember. I know they do some things in Hollow Ataraxia, but I don't know. I would ask Mapo Tofu, but he's muted, so. She must have felt something in Ilya's smile. Saber lets out a deep sigh and stares at the white girl.
そうですね。私もこうしているのはとても楽しい。
I'll just leave this be for a second for us to take in Saber's smile, and then we'll go ahead. A clear voice.
Another option for the thumbnail.
She smiles in a way I've never seen her before. My heart feels warm for some reason. That smile was good. That smile was for herself. Not a smile for watching over someone's safety, but a smile because she is happy herself.
シロ、どうしました？そんな顔して。何かいいことでもあったのですか？
ね、いや別に何も。って今変な顔してたか、俺。
してたわ。お父さんみたいな顔。遠くからこっちを見守ってますって風なの。私、そういう顔は嫌いよ。
Oh man.
Bruh.
This hurts.
Big sad.
I don't understand what she's talking about, but does that mean I was smiling?
そうか。まあいいことがあったからな。
はあ、いいことですか？
そうだよ。セイバーは今みたいな笑顔のがいい。それが見れてよかったって。
難しいですね。そんなことが嬉しいのですか、シロは。
だな。 俺セイバーのそういう顔を見るのが好きみたいだ。
Saber nods, still not understanding. Then, she must have realized something as she smiles and raises her head.
そうですか。それでは逆ですね、シロ。
逆って何が？
私はあなたが笑顔でいてくれた方が嬉しい。あなたが笑っていられるなら私はそれで十分です。
I can't look directly at Saber. I bet anyone would overheat if they were smiled at like that. Somehow I calm myself and sneak a peek at Saber. Saber has returned to eating with a calm face. There's no unease in her expression. There's nothing to worry about, but something is nagging at the back of my head.
私はあなたが笑顔でいてくれた方が嬉しい。
That was a declaration or something like that.
Indeed. Yes, with the smile I saw for the first time, she was saying something entirely contradictory. I listened to the rain in Tosaka's room. Today we performed a fake physical examination like yesterday. I just took the medicine Tosaka prepared for me and checked the magic circle through my body.
Is it before lunch?
No, it's after.
Are they... Okay. Already? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently we just have another two equal days again.
Yeah, no, we
This
just...
time,
We skipped
we have
training.
two days
Man,
are- until
man,
now,
this
today
is very-
seems yeah, fair enough.
We just
It's very
skipped...
short.
We skipped training and then went straight to lunch, and then from that we're doing this.
Okay.
I guess it's really impossible to do any more here since it'll require a more appropriate environment. I don't care about that, but I don't want us to just sit here doing nothing. She told me not to move for a while to see the results, but I bet I can still talk.
トサカ、ちょっといいかな。
I call out to her, still meditating.
いいけど何よ。
セイバーのことなんだけど、なんて言ったらいいかわからないんだが。
We're gonna ask for relationship advice. Man.
For
Tosaka, of all people.
That's going to be
Zero.
fun. Let's go.
Tosaka has negative 15 experience.
She doesn't even have friends. A lot of friends.
She doesn't even have friends.
I
Her
love
only
that the
friend is
girl does
Mitsuzuri.
not-
Yeah,
I love that. I love that the girl that has not a boyfriend, but seems like the girl that would be the Skull Princess is essentially trying to give out relationship advices for Shirou of all people.
I mean, she hasn't had any boyfriends, but she has rejected many people, so that must count for something, right?
Man, I think Rin was the best thing in the show. Like she's
course.
giving advice for love. She's giving advice for war. She helped him with the war.
She's doing everything for Shirou, man. She's the best mom.
She's a true main character.
This phrase
She's a
is
true
just
main
weird.
character.
Yeah. Saying that, I realize I haven't thought through this at all. It's not even what can I do for Saber. I haven't even thought of what I want to do with Saber.
その、あいつ何がしたいのかなって。
Sex. That's easy.
考えてみれば、あいつが自分
You
から
already
何かや
done
るっ
it
て
before, buddy.
今まで
Just
なかった
to
だ
do
ろ
it again.
セイバーが何を考えているかわからない？
いや、そういうわけじゃないんだ。ただ、あんまりにも
It's very funny for
過ぎるの
Shirou
は
to say
わ
that.
からない。そう、そこがどうするべきなのかわからないんだ。
まあそうよね。セイバーが自発的にやったことってあんたを守ることだけだもの。サーバントとしては当たり前だけど、あそこまで徹底しているとわからなくもなるわ。でもだからといって無欲ってわけはないでしょ。セイバーだって自分の目的のためにあなたを守っているんだから。
Yes, at the end of the day, she does want the grail. She needs it. That's right. I forgot about the reason she became a servant.
そうか。セイバーの目的は聖杯を手に入れること
And she said why she wants it before.
目的がないってわけじゃないんだ。
She wants to do exactly what Shirou doesn't want for her to do. She wants to go back and change it. And that holy grail will grant the wishes of its possessor. So Saber at least has a wish she wants granted. I don't know what it is, but it's a wish she wants granted even if it means becoming a servant. Surely the wish must be to save herself. Yeah, for example, she's here in this time so she can stay here and live a second life with the power of the Grail. Or rather, she has to go that far to make up for her sad end.
話は簡単じゃないか。
気持ち悪いわね。いきなり元気になっちゃって。
ああ、元気が出た。そうだよな。そうでなくちゃあそこまで懸命に戦うもんか。セイバーは何より自分の望みのために戦わなくちゃいけないんだから。
I nod to myself. Tosaka must have been shocked by my reaction.
エミヤくん、喜んでるところ悪いけど、それはあなたの早とちりよ。あなただって分かってるんじゃない？セイバーはそういうタイプじゃないわ。彼女が聖杯を求める理由は決して自分のためじゃないって。
何を根拠に？
That on. I can't finish. That's right. Her last moment was a lonely one because she had no wishes for herself. So Saber cannot be seeking her own salvation. But still, I wanted to think that, so I distorted her personality for a moment. The conversation stops. As soon as I start to think that the heavy silence will continue.
つまんない話だけどね。あーちゃんもあんたと似たようなことを言ってたわ。
はあ？アーチャーってあのアーチャー？
そう。私もね、あいつに聞いたのよ。あ、そうしたらあいつ、なんて言ったと思う？
え？あいつの望みって言われても。
I don't know anything about him. As Archer said that we'd eventually be enemies, he made no effort to talk to me or Saber. But still, he was sarcastic a lot, but I know he wouldn't have a stupid objective.
これがね、聞いたら笑うわよ。望みは何よと聞いたら、あいつったらこう言ったの。
そうだな。恒久的な世界平和というのはどうだ？
もう呆れを通り越して爆笑したわけ。そしたらあいつ、やはり笑われたか。まあ他人の手による救いなど意味はない。今のは笑い話にしておこう。なんて言っていじけちゃってさ。なんかね、ああいうやつだから英霊になんてなっちゃって、私みたいな小娘に刺激されちゃうんだなとか思ったわ。
I see. It didn't look like it, but he was a fine knight.
けどね、間違わないで。聖杯が本当に全ての願いを叶えるのなら、恒久的な世界平和なんて最悪の願いよ。要するにそれって何もないってことでしょ。争いのない世界なんて死んでるだけよ。物事は動いてないと腐るだけなんだから。
それアーチャーにも言ったのか？
言ったわよ。そしたらあいつ、それが賢者の考えだ。私も同意見だが、今でもこれだけは愚者の夢を守っているのだ。だってさ。まあそれはいいから、それじゃあ他の望みはあるのかって言ったら、あるにはあるが聖杯で叶えるほどのものでもなし、私の分は君に譲ろうとかなんとか。キザでしょ。あいつきっと生前は女たらしだったに違いないわ。
Bruh.
なんかそんなイメージはなかったけどな。けどその話がどうかしたのか？どうぞ。
別にサーバントにもいろいろいるってことを話しただけ。
Oh, I see. Well, I think it's a good reference, so it did help me out a bit.
じゃあ次はこっちの番ね。まあ私もセイバーに関することなんだけど。
そういえば朝方言ってたな。話したいことがあるとかなんとか。
ええ、大したことじゃないんだけど少し気になって。今更になるんだけど、エミヤ君はアーサー王の伝説を知ってる？
She already know?
The legend of King Arthur. Well, you can't not know after seeing the noble phantasm in action, right?
But she did see the...
Well, she saw the other sword. She saw the other sword.
Okay. Oh, that's true, that's true, that's true. Yeah.
I've had it forced upon me more than enough in the past few days.
人並みには知ってる。まあ 朝尾が女の子だったなんてことは知らなかったが。
そうね。けど性別に関してはどうでもいいのよ。別にアーサー王が女の子だったとしても伝説そのものに変更を加える必要はないでしょ。アーサー王が周りの人間を騙し通していれば女性であっても男性として扱われるんだから。
Uesugi Kenshin moment.
幸いアーサー王にはマーリンっていう魔術師がついてたしね。インキュバスとの根血だっていう悪魔じめたやつだから、アーサー王の性別を偽装したり生まれないはずの子供を用意するってのもお手の物だったんでしょ。
まあそうだろうな。
だから私が問題にしているのは伝説と今のセイバーの食い違いよ。ねえエミヤ君、あなたはエクスカリバーがどういうものか知っていて？
なんだよ今さら。エクスカリバーって言ったらアーサー王の代名詞だろ。妖精に授かった剣で切れないものはなく刃こぼれもしないっていう名剣だ。
やっぱりそんなことだろうと思ったわ。
For some reason, Tosaka acts like she's won.
俺なんかおかしなこと言ったか？
言ったわよ。あなたもアーサー王と同じ間違いをしたってこと。マーリンがいたら未熟者ってどやされてるわ。
だからなんで
Probably
岩に刺さった剣ってのはエクスカリバーじゃないんだ。
by the looks of things.
あっちの剣は途中で折れてしまって、その後に湖の妖精から譲り受けた剣があって、それがエクスカリバーなんだろ？
そうそう、エクスカリバーをアーサー王が受け取った時にね。おうよ、あなたがお気に召したのはどちらの方ですかな？
Oh,
The greatest
That's okay.
actress.
剣か、
yeah, that's
そ
so
れ
cute.
とも鞘です
Give
か？
an Oscar to this girl already, boys. Please.
アーサー王は
We can go back.
何もなく剣の方だと答えるんだけど、マーリンは叱責するの。
Do you wanna read it?
No, I just wanted to
To go
hear
listen to it again. Sure.
Yeah, to listen
We
again.
can't. Not in this version of the game. Sorry.
Read it?
Oh yeah, you
Can I
can.
read it?
Yeah, you can.
What is the sheath?
The scabbard. It's the thing that you put the sword in.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
That's tied to your belt. King Arthur answers without hesitation that he likes the sword, but Merlin scolds him. There you go.
お間違えめさるな。剣は敵を撃つものですが、鞘はあなたを守るもの。その鞘を身につけている限り、あなたは血を流すこともなく、負傷することもない。真に大事とすべきは剣ではなく鞘なのです。
Oscar worthy, truly. Tosaka imitates King Arthur and Merlin skillfully.
The best moment of Ring in the novel so far.
Indeed.
Now I really want an anime of Fate Stay Night.
Just to see this one scene.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I would do the same. I would do the same.
I think they just had a flashback in the 2005 show, which is a 2009 show,
Bruh.
which is a shame.
Bruh.
何って、ここまで聞いてわからない？つまりアーサー王は不死者なの。エクスカリバーっていうのは公私ともに無敵の宝具なのよ。
She needs the scabbard, and the scabbard isn't there.
だから本当ならセイバーは傷を負ってもすぐに治るはずだってこと。
遠坂、実際セイバーは傷を負っても治ってるんだが。
それはそうだけど、セイバーの自己回復はセイバーのバカみたいに膨大な魔力を使った力技にしか見えないっていうか。
なるほど。
Did she say Bakamita?
She did.
正しいんだろう。ならこっちから質問。アーサー王は不死者だって言うけど、それならどうしてアーサー王は死んだんだよ。
No. Tosaka opens her mouth, dumbfounded. After freezing for a few seconds, she grits her teeth and looks away.
そうだった。エクスカリバーの鞘は途中で敵に盗まれたんだ。
Yeah, that's a simple mistake. I forgot about it too, but the fall of King Arthur started when he lost the sheath he should never have lost.
で、納得いったか、遠坂。
言ったわよ。笑い物にしたらすればいいわ。
What a loser.
I don't want to laugh.
She's lying. I can tell she intends to axe kick me if I laugh.
納得いったんならいい。けど、 どうしてそんなことを気にしたんだよ。セイバーが
I
傷つかない
think
かどう
Archer
かなんて
would have left
お前
that
には
moment.
関
It
係
would
ない
be
だろ。
just
Oh, for sure.
really fun.
She would have thrown all kinds of jewels at his face.
That would be awesome.
何よ、ちょっとそうだったら無敵だななんて舞い上がっただけじゃない。
Oh, we can tell that. We could even tell that that's how he died, wouldn't it?
Yep. This is hard. Would it be good for her if I correct her and point out that she makes mistakes often, not just once in a while? It would be bad for you, certainly, Shirou. You would get kicked to death. By the time the sun sets, the rain has stopped. Based on our conversation during breakfast, we should get going out into town to search for other masters after dinner, but
その前に確かめておかないと。
Saber's intentions. I need to know why she's
と
fighting.
言っても正面から聞いてもダメだな。できるだけさりげなく聞き出さないと。
I make my mind up and stand up. Let's go to the living room. I hope I'll be able to penetrate the fortress using the calm before dinner air as a shield.
The calm
例え
before
ば
the
の
storm.
話だけど、
Just hypothetically, Ben Shapiro mode activated.
もし聖杯戦争に勝ち残れたとしたらどうしようか。
Shirou,
Okay.
Shirou has all the intelligence of a monkey. So, since I couldn't come up with any good ideas, I asked her directly.
Just potentially be asking.
Wait a minute. What did he say? What did he say?
Hypothetically
Sorry, I was
speaking,
not-
if we won the Grail War, what are we gonna do? That's what he asked.
Boy.
Very, very discreet, you know?
Shirou big brain moment.
Zach.
They all give the same response with different expressions.
だから勝った後のことだよ。聖杯を手に入れたらどうするかって話。
そんなの説明されなくてもわかるけど、どういう風の吹き回しをあんたがそん
I
なこと言い
mean,
出す
we
なんて。
can throw a party?
Huh? Even though they don't nod, it seems like Saber and Illya have the same question. I guess it was unnatural to abruptly ask, but I have to play ignorant for now.
まあいや、ただの思いつきだ。ほら、残ったサーバントはあと3人なんだから、そういうことを考えてもおかしくないだろう。
Oh, the end is very near. We're on day
明白に
13.
終わりが見えてきたんだから。
まあ言われてみればそうよね。いくら四郎だってこの状況ならそれぐらいは考えるか。好きで始めたことじゃないって言っても命を張ってる以上は報酬ぐらい気になるだろうし。
Oh, you bet.
そうそう。一応それぐらいは考える。
Thank God Tosaka likes to reason things out. I think one of Tosaka's good aspects is to consider anything as a possibility if it sounds reasonable. Well, just in this case,
She only
though.
did it at sometimes, but anyway.
それで遠坂はどうなんだよ。もし聖杯が手に入ったらどうするんだ。
With the slim possibility of it, but that's apparently still possible somehow.
I ask as naturally as I can.
そうね。私は勝つことしか考えてなかったから聖杯に叶えてもらうような目的はないわ。とりあえず聖杯を手に入れるけどその後のこと
She'll keep it in storage for a few years, you know? So she's fighting because she doesn't want to lose, huh? Well, I guess so, but I never really thought I'd be right.
切れた。一番ものを考えていそうで、
Bruh.
実は一番考えてないのよね。
Savage.
言うじゃない。じゃあそういうあんたはどうなのよ、イリアスフィール。
そんなの知らない。聖杯は私のだから誰にも渡すなって言われただけよ。もともと私のものなんだからそんなものに興味あるわけないじゃない。
要するに聖杯より聖杯戦争の方が楽しいってこと？
当然よ。
Oh yeah, beating Shinji's skull into the ground is really fun, you know?
Hell
聖
yeah.
杯の使い道なんてどうでもいいわ。
Are they the same? The two glare at each other silently, and it seems to be a sympathy I can't understand. Saber doesn't say anything. She must not intend to join this conversation. But no matter how much Saber hates it, I must ask her this question now.
二人の目的はなんとなく分かった。
I tried to nod naturally and...
じゃあセイバーは
Ask Saber. She doesn't answer. They must have realized Saber's acting in a complicated manner as they both stare at her. If I'm counting, there must be about a minute's silence.
今更語るまでもありませんが、聖杯を手に入れるのは私の義務です。聖杯がどれほどの許容範囲を持っているかは知らない。ですがそれが聖杯である限り、そして無論、聖杯が私の望みを叶えられるなら、望みを叶えるだけですが。
She said it. Without a doubt, Saber said she has her own wish.
で、その望みって何なんだ?
And it's apparently too confidential to actually tell anyone.
I restrained my pounding heart and asked calmly. This isn't going to be good, guys. Saber doesn't answer. That's fine, too. If she cannot answer, chances are good that her wish is a selfish one. Considering Saber's personality, she would hesitate to speak of a selfish wish. So I would prefer if she kept quiet and not tell me a ridiculous one. Such whining fills my head.
何? それってそんなに難しいこと？サーバントの望みは現世に蘇ることだっておじい様は言ってたわ。英霊たちは二度目の生を得るために聖杯を求めるんだって。
Wait a minute, so
セイバーだってそうじゃないの?
there could be servants walking in the world of Natoverse?
Sure.
Previous winners of the Holy Grail War?
Sure.
Servants who are...
Sure.
Damn.
Yeah.
Not necessarily winners. They just need to survive the war. They still have a contract with the master.
Well, yeah, kinda. They need to have a... yeah. I mean, they could resurrect, they could be reborn by being broken out of their status as a heroic spirit. That would be the miracle version of it, as granted by the Grail. Okay. They could survive a war if their master has a fucking truckload of mana lying around.
Truckload of mana.
And the Grail war was completely fucked. Yeah. Right? They could stick around.
That would be fun.
That'd be
okay,
bad.
so that happens in
Apocrypha or not? I think that...
Yeah, I don't know if that happens in Apocrypha or not. But...
Yeah, apparently everything that's just high
Can't say about it. I think that happens. It happens, yeah? I was
think of something really stupid. It happened in Apocrypha.
I raised my head at her words. There's no problem if that's Saber's wish. But...
いいえ、二度目の生に関心はありません。私の目的は聖杯を手に入れることのみです。もともとこの身は聖杯を手に入れる代償としてサーバントになったのですから。
I knew that had to be it. I knew the girl who took that oath, pulling out the sword, would not seek a second life.
ちょっと待って、聖杯を手に入れることと引き換えにサーバントになった。それって英霊になる時の契約のこと？はい。この身をサーバントとする交換条件として私は聖杯を求めたのです。え？じゃあ何？あなたって聖杯を手に入れるために呼び出されたサーバントじゃなくて、聖杯
Today we're going to learn about who Saber is
サーバントになったっていうの？
and why she is so weird.
I'm just thinking of Twitter seeing this and saying, "Oh, Saber is such an empath." Oh,
I think that's a lie, but
she must be really surprised as she yelled. No, Saber is weird. She's absolutely not a usual servant. Look at all this. She can't turn into spirit form. Her relationship with Shirou was completely fucked. Her magical energy recovery is limited. She is able to dream. Right? It's all very strange. Very strange. And
I still think it's a lie that she just seeks the whole grove. She doesn't have a wish.
She does have a wish, but the what's weird about her isn't that she is seeking the Grail. It's that the reason she became a servant was because she chose to become a servant. Because usually what happens, as we've seen before, is that the hero just dies and his spirit is uploaded into the Grail, and so it isn't actually the hero who's there. it's like a projection, as we were talking about, of their spirit. They're just automatically assigned. Saber chose to become a servant through a contract. That's weird.
Yeah, that's pretty.
And so we're gonna see what that all means. She must be really surprised as she yells all of this, then tilts her head, not believing her own words.
つまりセイバーは英霊だから呼び出されたんじゃなくて自分からこの戦いに
That's why she still retains her memories. She hasn't, and why she's able to change as a person. She's not just a projection. She's not just a spirit. There's something weird going on.
サーバントである以上英霊として祀られているんだから自分からこっちの世界に関わるなんてできっこないわよね。
And also the reason why she was able to, Shirou was able to touch her.
もうちょっと待ってね。今整理するから。いいえ、整理するまでもありません。私は他のサーバントとは違います。私はまだ完全にサーバントになったわけではないのですから。完全にサーバントになっている。
What does that mean? No, more importantly, what does it mean to become a servant? Saber said she agreed to become a servant as a prize for obtaining the Holy Grail. Then that means...
サーバントっていうのはまさか何かを手に入れた代償として無理やり戦わされてるっていうのか。
いいえ、それは違います。もともとサーバントというのは
Exactly.
この聖杯戦争だけの特別な使い魔です。サーバントとは英霊の特性を利用した召喚魔術。
They're just something. They're just magical energy.
サーバントにパンを得た代わりに労働をするという決まりはありません。そうね。サーバントシステムってのはもともと守護精霊である英霊を利用したものだもの。元からあるものを使ってるわけだから、サーバント側にもマスター側にも代償として支払うものはない。けどサーバントになる前、人間から英霊になるには代償行為が必要だって聞いたことがある。英霊っていうのは人間の守護者でしょ。彼らは死した後も人間のために働いて人の世の滅亡を水面下で防ぐのだとかで、そういった守護者になるには生前まだ英雄として現役だった頃に、それが英霊の契約、世界に死後の自分を明け渡す儀式、交換条件によって財を得た者が英雄となり、英雄としてやりたいことをやった後、死後はサーバントとしてもらった財を返す。つまり英雄になるために借金をして、死んだ後は英霊になることで借金を返すってこと。サーバントっていうのはその返済金額を横から私たちにかすめ取られて支配されているってわけ。
Merely talking about when she pulled the sword. It was basically a device for doing that.
Let's go ahead.
つまり何かとの取引で人間は英雄になって英雄にしてもらったお返しとして死後は使い魔として刺激されるのか。じゃあセイバーが英霊になった交換条件が
The Holy Grail. As Saber obtained the Holy Grail in her life, she became a heroic spirit after she died as a price?
それこそおかしい。セイバーは聖杯が目的だって言った。けどそれはとっくに手に入れてるはずだ。セイバーは聖杯と引き換えに英雄になったんだから。
いいえ、シロ。私はまだ聖杯を手にしてはいないのです。アルトリア。アーサー王の望みは生きているうちに聖杯を手に入れることだった。私は死ぬ前に聖杯を手に入れなければならなかった。そのためにもし聖杯が手に入るなら、
Which means
死後は守護者になっても良いと条件を飲んだのです。
she isn't dead yet.
Holy shit.
She's alive. This isn't Saber the heroic spirit being summoned after she is dead. This is Saber the person, the physical human being, right before she's dead, coming back here to try to get the Grail before she can truly go.
ですが私は英雄になるときに世界の後ろ盾を必要としなかった。幸いなことにアーサー王は英雄になるための支援を必要としなかったのです。
She didn't need support to become a hero. So Saber became a hero by her own powers. Actually, Irene is incorrect here. Heroic spirit, she's talking about counter guardians, and those are different things. Counter guardians are humans who...
I was thinking about it.
Yeah, counter guardians are humans that make contracts with the world to gain very intense power in exchange for protecting it after they're dead. Heroic spirits just die and become heroic spirits out of the power of their worship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They made contract with Gaia, right? Or
Yeah, with Gaia.
Yeah, with Gaia.
Heroic spirits are... They talk about this later, but heroic spirits are spirits that protect Illya, the balance of the world, while counter guardians protect the integrity of the world. It's different. What they do is different, and the way that they become what they become is different as well. So.
Wait, so what you're telling me is that after she took out the Excalibur from the...
No, it wasn't after Excalibur. She didn't need help to become a hero. She was a hero herself. She was a hero. She would have become a heroic spirit after she died, but she didn't. At some point before she died, she made the contract with the world to get the Grail before she was able to die. So she's here.
Okay, but another question. How exactly does someone make the contract with the world?
Well, it just kind of happens. They wish for, they long for it, and the spirit of the world shows up to them, kind of like a god appearing in front of you at your worst time. It's kind of like that idea.
So she got the...
No, she was able to make the contract, but she doesn't have the Grail yet.
Okay.
If you know the legend of King Arthur, she doesn't die immediately.
Oh.
She goes to sleep.
はい。私は最後の時にどうしても聖杯が必要になった。聖杯がなければ我慢できなかった。
In her final moments, right before she died, was when she made her contract. Because she hadn't finished business.
英霊の契約をしたのです。私の手に聖杯が握られるなら、死後は英霊となってあらゆる者のために剣を取ろうと。
In her last moments, she wished for the Holy Grail's miracle. I understand how she feels. That bloody hill, the grave of many swords, and the corpses of knights, a lone king whose reign ended in betrayal. Her last moment was too unfair. Even if she had no wish of her own before, then she must have thought that I can't die here. I didn't want an end like this, so if she wishes to prolong her life, she shouldn't be embarrassed about it.
そう。つまり死後の自分を売り払ってまで聖杯を手に入れられる手段を取ったのね。けどセイバー、あなたの出した条件っていうのは生きているうちに聖杯を手に入れるなら、はい。私が生きているうちに聖杯探索は成し得なかった。ですが、それでは契約が成り立ちません。世界が私をサーバントにするには、アーサー王が生きているうちに聖杯を与えねばならない。ですから、アーサー王は聖杯を手に入れるまで死なない。いいえ、死ぬことができない。
So basically, she is still even trying to get into debt with the world. Pretty much.
She is, at this time, she made the contract, and the way that the contract is going to pan out is that she is going to keep getting into every single Grail war until she's able to get the Grail, at which point she'll go back and die. And right after she's dead, she's going to become a heroic spirit.
Wait a minute. So she was Saber in every single Holy Grail war.
Well, it's implied. She was definitely Saber in the 4th Grail War. We don't know if she was. It's implied that she wasn't in Hollow Ataraxia, but she might have been in the previous ones as well. So.
Okay.
それじゃああなた。
Damn.
She's been doing this for a long time, even if it was just the last one. If her contract for some reason started after the 3rd and she was only summoned for the 4th, 10 years. fighting endlessly to get this thing, and she failed last time because of whatever reason, right?
時間軸から見れば私はとうに滅びているでしょう。アーサー王は死の直前でサーバントとして召喚
It's a shitty contract because the moment she gets the grail, she's gonna die. She's gonna go back because she made the contract as she was dying.
時間が止まっているんじゃなくて時間に止まってる状態か。
Her wishes if they won the war. If they will win the war.
Well, but she has her own wish, right? Maybe her wish is directly in contradiction to Shiro's. Because she will obtain the grail. If you obtain the grail, you have to use it. So whatever she wishes for happens. And if she doesn't want to stay, and even if she does want to stay, the world is just going to kill it as another paradox, right? We've established that the world breaks things that break its laws. She's already made the contract. So it's kind of, up in the air whether she can or not even do that if she wants to.
Okay.
あなたがサーバントとして何度戦いを繰り返しても構わない。
Okay, so now we know what
最
will
終的には
be
聖
Shiro's
杯を手に
desire
入れて
apparently.
契約を果たすことは決まっているんだから、そうです。
But I
いつ
still
かは
think
聖杯
that
を手に入れ、私は契約を果たす。だからこそ英霊になる前からいずれ英霊化が決定しているという条件であらゆる時代に召喚される。
But I still think there is a way to save Saber. I don't know how, but there may be a way.
聖杯が手に入る可能性があるならば、私はどの戦場にも召喚される。そうしていつかは聖杯を手に入れ、私の望みを叶えた時こそ、死の直前で止まっていた私の時間は進みます。アーサー王は最後の時を迎え、聖杯を手に入れた代償として、こうして英霊となるのでしょう。死の直前で覚めない夢を見ているようなものか。今回の聖杯戦争もセイバーにとっては夢の一つ。そして夢から覚めるのは聖杯を手に入れた時だけ。リンはシローが未熟だから私を霊体化できないと言いましたね。けれどそれは違う。私は未だ死者ではないから霊体にはなれないのです。半端な扱いですが、これでも位置づけは聖者ですから。前回の聖杯戦争でも私はそうだった。
Saber says so as if she's apologizing. I guess because she was lying about being stuck in physical form because I wasn't experienced. I don't really care about that. There's something more important that I have to ask her.
Saber, 未だ死者じゃないってどういうことだ？聖杯を手に入れるまで死なないってのは分かった。話の流れから言って、アーサー王の時代からずっと生き続けてるわけじゃないってのも分かる。けど、そうでなかったら今のセイバーは何なんだ？本体の分身ってわけでもないんだろう。はい。こちらに呼び出される英霊というのは、すべて本体の分身のようなものですが、聖杯を手に入れるまでは死の直前に止まったままで呼び出されている。リンの言った通り、アーサー王は時間という大河の上で停止している。私はその位置から前か後ろかに飛んで聖杯を求めた後。
And we have a diagram. I draw a diagram in my head. I'll let you guys kind of look at this for a little bit before we go ahead. Okay. I see.
Okay.
It's pretty simple once I visualize it. King Arthur is stopped at the moment before death. The flow of time doesn't care that she's stopped. It keeps flowing and we're at the present.
Okay.
She jumps to each time as needed and returns to her own time after completing her duty. Let you look at that a little bit.
Okay.
If she obtains the Holy Grail in one of the times she visits, her time will flow again and she will die, just like the story we know today. Which implies that at some point she was successful. Right? Because for the time loop to finish, she must die. because that's how the story goes.
I mean, okay.
Then heroic spirits must exist like this. When they die, they're transferred to a place like a warehouse where time doesn't flow. And then they are summoned into various ages and disappeared without returning. So that must be what they mean by heroic spirits being a copy. They're temporary, they're not the actual person, they're just a clone. It's like a clone made from their DNA. The heroic spirit that has complete abilities and memories of when it was alive will appear in this world and learn many things, but it is useless. They have no way to return to the main body, but merely disappear. So no matter how many times they're summoned into the same age, there will be no inconsistencies in their memories. I assume the ones that become heroic spirits will not change anymore. Even if they obtain new knowledge, the self that learns it will just disappear once the duty is complete. Saber is different.
So that's how. Wait a minute. What?
Saber's different because she remembers the last time. Because she hasn't like a heroic spirit. She's not a clone of herself. She is herself physically in the flesh.
That explains a lot of things.
That explains a lot of things, really.
Because Saber returns to her own time even after she's summoned, to the self that is about to die on that bloody hill.
ちょっと待った。じゃあ何？今回聖杯を手に入れたら元の時代に戻ってその時代で聖杯を使うってこと？それって過去の改ざんじゃない。時間旅行にしても平行世界の運営にしてもそれは魔法の領域よ。そんなのできるわけがないわ。
Just something that it's technically she making the past, not altering it.
Yeah, that's the problem though, because the world is really not gonna like any of this.
Then why make the goddamn trade? それを可能とするのが
聖杯でしょ。そうして聖杯さえ使えるのならば、私はサーバントとなってもいいと契約したんです。
It wasn't in the terms.
She and the planet made the contract. Why now the planet's saying, oh no, let's get back?
Because it's not that he wants it back, that the planet wants it back. Is that if she does perform sorcery, it's going to fuck everything up. Because the planet doesn't like sorcery. So, it comes back to that paradox talk from projection. Just imagine it in a really large scale. Saber talks without much interest. But that's strange. Making a wish come true using the Holy Grail, that's fine. But why did she say Arturia would disappear as a result? Of course she will. She's gonna die. In fact, she is not only going to die. Her wish is something else. That girl about to die quietly alone on that hill. Saber isn't mature enough.
なぜそのようなことを言うのです、シロ。私の望みは国を滅びから救うことだけなのですが。
I can sense that my face is frozen. I should already have realized this, but my mind is spacing out and I feel like throwing up. But still, I force my question out.
なぜも何もないでしょう。私は国を守れなかった。国を守るために王となったのに、その時に思ったのです。岩の剣は間違えて私を選んでしまったのではないかと。
That's ridiculous. Why?
いえ、その迷いは常に私の中にありました。私は王にふさわしくないのではないか。本当に選ばれるべき英雄は他にいたのではないのかと。あの時、政権を抜いてしまった時、国を救えなかった私より国を救えたはずのふさわしい王がいたはずです。だからもし聖杯の力で王の選定をやり直すことができるなら。
Then what? Does she mean to say that her country would not have been destroyed if she returned to that time? I feel faint. I'm quickly surpassing mere anger that Saber would seriously wish for such a thing. I guess I'm dumbfounded right now. It's only natural. Saber's wish is not for herself, and on top of that, it means her elimination. The girl in front of me exists because that holy sword was there, and because a king pulled it out. Preventing that would mean that the girl in front of me would not exist. Let's say that she grants her wish using the Holy Grail. The girl Arturia, never becoming king, will live out her days as a knight. But what about the saber in front of me? As she is a heroic spirit, she will continue to be summoned to fight after her wish is granted. Since she paid a price to obtain the Holy Grail, Saber will continue to be, even if Arturia doesn't become king. Taken away from the future and from the past, she will forever be the lonely king dying on that hill. I can't allow that. There's no salvation there, even if she did redo everything, and there really is a more appropriate king and her country lasts longer as a result. And even if she is saved, it's a lie. Even if everyone around her becomes happy, the 10 years she fought can't just disappear.
違う。そんなことはできない。やり直しなんてできないし、しても意味はないんだ。
シロ。
そんなことに聖杯を使うな。聖杯はセイバーが戦って手に入れるんだろ。なら、セイバーは自分のためにその奇跡を使うべきだ。
ですから、私は自分のために使うと言っているではありませんか。私、アルトリアは王としての責務を果たさなければ。
So why don't you understand?
そんなのは、お前はもう十分すぎるくらいに果たしてるじゃないか。セイバーはあんなにも戦ってきた。裏切られても怖がられても負けなかった。あったっていうのに。
I'm just imagining Illya and Rin watching them to argue like goddamn married couple. It's interesting to imagine.
Saber is astonished. It's too late to regret what I've said. I shouldn't have admitted that I see Saber's past in my dreams. A heavy silence. There are no words to give her, nor any words to reply. I can sense that anything I say will backfire in the situation. But still, I can't just stay silent.
Saber, 俺、頑張ったやつが報われないのは嫌なんだ。
It's meaningless that way, and it's just too unfair. I know that it's a childish ideal, but I want to believe that people will get happier the more they work for it.
他のマスターには負けない。聖杯は必ず手に入れる。だから、セイバーは自分の望みを叶えてくれ。それなら俺は、この馬鹿げた戦いに初めて意味を見出せる。
That's the conclusion I've reached. I don't know what the Holy Grail is, nor if it's the right to obtain it, but if Saber will be saved even a little, I'll be able to try with all my powers. The loud bell rings out and the house falls into darkness. We're being attacked.
Someone's in.
The surrounding air changes immediately. Even though the lights suddenly went off, nobody says a thing and tries to feel the surroundings. The loud ring stops and the living room is silent, but the sound of light things rubbing against each other can be heard in the distance. I nod silently. This sound is the same as when Lancer intruded. Then this must be. The sounds are increasing and coming closer. A strange sound. It reminds me of bugs crawling around a light trap. This living room is the only place free of it. It hasn't even been a minute since the lights went out, but the living room is surrounded by this unknown sound. There's too many of them. I'm a Magus too, even if I'm a bad one. I can sense the many sources of magical energy surrounding this place. Skimming quickly, I can count at least 20. But they're strangely light. I don't feel any human will. The things making the sounds are like empty puppets.
Oh. I knew it. I knew that a whole castle full of people.
No, it's not it. Oh, unlike the three of us who are tense, Celia is strangely calm.
I think it's Illya and Saber. I think so.
That feels interesting now.
外にいるのはキャスターで何かいっぱい引き連れてきてる。なんだ、竜の歯でくくった。
Illya says simply, and the sounds stop at the same time. I take the wooden sword I keep in the living room. Tolsaka and Saber seem to be waiting for me to make a move.
Man, I thought Castle was already dead in this room. I really thought so.
What do we do, guys?
Oh, shit.
Man, I was almost crying in the Saber part, but
Can we?
man,
We can die here. We can die here.
Oh, we can die for sure here.
let Saber take care of Castle and protect you. Go out with Saber.
Let's
go
go
out.
out.
Actually, give me a few minutes. I have to do something. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay, we're back. What are we doing?
I think we go out with Saber.
Okay, go out with Saber, and I think Mapo Tofu said he wanted to go out with Saber as well.
I guess.
Yeah, everyone wants to go out with Saber. That's the best option.
Okay, 3 for go out with Saber. It's clear who the enemy is. If the enemy servant is Caster, if Caster is attacking with troops, there's only one thing to do.
セイバー、一緒に来てくれ。
なんで？やだ。私リーのお守りなんてお断りよ。
そんなの私だって願い下げよう。けどあんた、シローの言うことなら聞くって言ったでしょ。
そんなの知らない。セイバーなんかより私の方が役に立つ。
Tolsaka binds Illya's arm behind her back and puts her hand over Illya's mouth.
I'm probably expecting that Illya will not be actually more useful than Saber, but anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
Illya,
But maybe Illya can help somehow.
yeah, who knows, right?
It's
We
a
don't know
fun,
what we
right?
don't know.
I will not lie that it will probably help to bring 2 Magi that can fire laser beams instead of them.
Yeah, it's true. But it also might be advantageous to preserve some of those. Yeah.
Yeah, Shirou's really based, so
It might be very useful to preserve some of those gems for the future.
Yeah,
I'm a
fair
little bit
enough.
surprised that Carter is alive.
I mean-
I really thought she wasn't.
I guess.
Illya continues to throw out insults.
分かってる。イリアは私が守りきるわ。その間にあなたはキャスターを倒しなさい。
頼む。けど、できるだけ無理はするなよ。敵を倒すことより逃げることを考えろ。
Tolsaka nods back, telling me I don't even need to say it.
But just a comment. There is no soundtrack right now?
There is.
There is just a bit. Just a. Oh, there is a.
Yeah. It's a more...
Wait a minute, give me 2 seconds, man.
It's nothing special. It's just a bit. Yeah. But yeah.
Now, because I'm surprisingly unaware of it.
You might want to raise your volume a bit.
It's pretty low for me, so
Yeah.
It's low. It's
maybe.
low.
Turning my back on Tolsaka, I hurry out to the hallway leading out to the porch.
セイバー。分かっています。シローは私が。
Protect
Saber
Shirou
has
from himself.
a high magic resistance, so I don't think Castle will be that much problem for her. Maybe not.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
In that moment, I doubt my own eyes. A sword is swung down on me. An unavoidable strike attacks me, aiming for my open hand. I avoid it by twisting my body and parrying it instantly with my wooden sword. I can't believe it myself.
Aww.
My body reacted as soon as my mind understood I was going to die.
Come on, it would be fun. It would be really fun if they just said, "Don't let Shirou die." Okay, instantly dies.
It attacks me the second time without hesitation. A smooth mechanical movement, a wasteless, accurate attack. But that's all. It's just accurate and it's not refined nor scary. The attack looks foolish compared to those of Saber, and it feels like the touch of a feather compared to berserkers. I repel the attack with my back to the wall, and in the space I retreated through, Saber's lightning strike smashes down.
シロ、無事ですか？
見ての通りだ。肝を冷やしたけど。
It's been a while since Saber put on her
なんとかな
armor.
ったではありません。
Yeah.
このような
I
時は
mean, 2 days,
私の後
but
ろについ
anyway,
てこな
yeah.
ければダメです。
There,
No, but for
it's a
like,
no,
more
this is a
than a week?
surprisingly long episode, and only now she put the armor. So yeah, fair enough.
Saber scolds my carelessness. She's right, but I just didn't want to be following after her.
シロ、私の話を聞いていますか？
ちゃんと聞いてる。それよりセイバー、今のやつは。
There's nothing in the hallway. The strange thing that was blown away by Saber's attack has vanished like an illusion.
今のはイリアスフィールの言っていた通り、魔物の体を触媒にしてかたどった兵士です。オートマタというよりゴーレムのようですが、質は低いですね。
Where were they hiding? No, when did they get this far in? Those things, like bad building blocks, are gathering with spider-like movements, and on top of that, they aren't the only presence I feel. Many more bones are surrounding this mansion. I jump away from the wall instantly. I slash at the bones sliding up on me. After that, Saber smashes away the bones to protect my back. The bones move in with loose movements and all attack in the same way. It's not hard to repel them, but the house gets destroyed by every attack. No, and I only have a wooden sword. Even with the strengthening magic on it, it won't last too much longer. And I don't want to think about it, but the number of these bone creatures might be infinite. We might continue this skirmish until we collapse. I complain with my back to Saber. Not many bone creatures are coming for me. They must be coming from inside the house as well, but most of them are coming in from the yard. Saber's slashing away the ones coming in from there. Their goal is the living room. As Illya and Tolsek are in the living room, Saber is busy dealing with the ones heading there. Saber readies her sword again. Her sword isn't invisible now. Maybe there's no need to hide it anymore, but the golden sword is glowing to show off its true powers.
うちが吹っ飛ぶ分には構わない。あ、いや構うけど、それでも周りは住宅地だ。ここでそんなものを使われたらどうなるかわかるだろう。
I don't think she will use Excalibur.
Do not use it here, boyo, and you should not be spinning Excalibur here and there.
Yeah.
For the goddamn
I think she just
neighborhood to know.
Yeah.
I think she's just unblocking the sword, right?
Yeah.
She's letting it cut better.
More power to the attacks.
Yeah.
Something like it.
I yell while parrying away bones in front of me.
マスターの指示ならば従いますが、これだけの数をまともに相手にするのは面倒です。一掃しなければいずれ窮地に立たされます。
分かってる。要するにあれは使い魔の類だろう。だから操り手を叩けば一網打尽だ。
探るまでもありません。キャスターは庭にいます。気配を隠しもしないということは私たちを誘っているようですが。
構わない。誘いに乗ろう。どっちにしたってこんなことを続けてたら。
私は一向に構わないのですが。ではこのままキャスターを。
The yard is right there. If Castor's in the yard, it shouldn't be too hard to get there. But that means losing the defense. It's fine now since Saber's here, but the defenses holding the bone creatures off will go away once Saber goes out to the yard. I should make a choice.
Ooh, right there.
Oh boy.
Oh god.
Man. Oh, Mapo Tofu is back. Mapo Tofu is
Oh
back.
hey, Mapo
Alright,
Tofu,
right,
get
brother.
back, get back.
Oh.
It's Tolsek and Illya. They are against
Let Saber take care of
some
Castor.
skeleton.
Believe in Tolsek. You know
Will
what?
you really
Let's
doubt me?
believe in Tolsek. Let's believe in Tolsek. Let's
Believe
go.
in Tolsek.
Let's believe in Tolsek. I want to see the fight of the century.
Two for Tolseka?
3 for Tolsek.
3 for
Yep.
Tolseka. Alright.
3. Everyone's for Tolsek.
The sound of glass breaking. I hear sounds of fighting in the living room.
シロ、指示を。迷ってる時間はありません。
I know. Either way, we're making the situation worse by delaying the decision.
Yep.
では行き
They're
ましょう
super cool.
マスター私の背中を任せます
Fuck yeah. Let's go.
Beautiful back.
Saber runs, smashing away the swarming bone creatures. It looks like a snowplow driving through snow. The bone warriors vanish without even being able to approach Saber. Are they like snowflakes? There's so many scattering bones that I feel like I'm in a snowstorm. She told me I'd have her back, but there's no need to protect her like this. The more she more than makes me realize how great a swordsman she is. Saber charges without doubt, the foundation for all these bones, to defeat the unseen sixth servant that has invaded this mansion. Saber stops. The swarming warriors cannot be seen anymore. This must be the end, as someone is standing there, a distorted figure. The figure wearing some kind of robe cannot be seen, as if only that spot is smudged in black. A black shadow. I'm assaulted by an unknown unease the instant I look at it.
なるほど。確かにこれならバーサーカーを倒しうるわね。私の増票では足止めにもならないでしょう。
The figure snickers. It seems the thing in black is the master of the bone creatures, Servant Castor. But I don't see any sign of a master near the figure. Is Castor the same as Lancer, the type to take action away from their master?
貴様契約が切れているのか
Saber asks unpleasantly.
ええ。彼は私の主にふさわしくなかった。
Castor killed her master.
Damn.
I don't know what kind of expression the black robe is making, but Castor answers in a cold voice.
マスター殺しでは貴様のマスターは
とっくに死んだわ。けれど問題はないのよ、セイバー。私たちは魂食いでしょう。魔力の供給源なんて。
She doesn't have an independent action, right?
Who knows? We don't know. We haven't seen her before, so we have no idea what she can do.
あとはそう、聖杯さえ手に入れてしまえば心配は何もなくなるでしょうね。
She can't also be
の
lying.
復活を望むのか
Remember, this is Fate's Stay Night.
Hard.
そのために
I
かつて
forgot
の
about it.
誇りを捨てたの
I
か
don't know why. I forgot about it.
Or she can be saying a half-truth.
あら、人間風情に使われるのは誇りを捨てるとは言わないのかしら。私はそれが我慢ならなか
Working
った
for
だけよ。
humans. And
今も
who
昔
are
も
you?
誰かの手足になるのはこりごりなの。だから使う側
She
に回
thinks
っ
she's
ちゃう
hot shit. That's who she thinks she is.
あなたに非難される言われはないわ。
だろうな私も貴様の非業になど興味はない
Saber's body inclines a little. There's only about 10 meters to Castor. Saber should be able to close in on her in one breath and slash Castor away.
物騒ね。せっかく話し合いに来たのに問答無用だなんて。これでも手加減はしたつもりなのですよ。
貴様と話すことなどない潔くここで散れ
Let's go. Saber intends to kill Castor. I won't oppose. I can only smell blood on Castor. I bet what Castor said about killing her master is true. This raid was also intended to kill everyone here. So there's no reason to stop Saber. First of all, Castor won't be a match for her. I can sense Castor's ability. She's the weakest when it comes to one-on-one combat, as you would expect from a mage. In this situation, Castor can do nothing but fall to Saber. But I can't shake off this strange unease. This isn't like the hopeless premonition of death like with Berserker. It must be physiological hatred or an alarm against something bad. My left hand throbs as if to tell me that Saber shouldn't go near that thing. I hesitated too long. Saber jumps and sprints to the black shadow.
Oh, we finally have.
The distorted shadow smiles. Castor doesn't seem to be panicking about the approaching Saber. Castor says something in a language I can't hear and casts something that appeals to the brain more than to words. The world distorts in that instant. No, the density of the air changes only around Saber. A huge impact. The ground sinks and it seems like something large came crashing down onto Saber. No, there was only a murmur like a spell. Spells can indeed be shortened. The easier the magic, the shorter one can reduce the spell to change the self. But what's occurring before me is a great magic. No magus can express that in one word. Even if it is possible, they'd have to prepare a catalyst beforehand, like Tosaka does.
But she's a servant.
But still, Castor executed great magic with just one murmur. Castor isn't just on a different level. If that was Castor's magic, that figure is no mere magus. Saber is frozen on the spot. Her leg froze as it kicked off the ground. She is bound in space right now. No, the air surrounding her has transformed into something clear like gelatin. Even if I try to approach her, I'm pushed away by an invisible soft membrane. It seems that this is only around Saber, but as long as her feet are not on the ground, Saber cannot move.
あなたの時代の魔術師がどれほどだったかは知らないけど、この指は信頼に生きたもの。こんなマッセの魔術師たちから見れば、私の技は魔法のそれでしょう。
Fuck. A laugh comes from the black robe. Saber is still bound in space.
なんだ。本当にこの程度ですか。
Let's go!
Saber
She spits those words out.
大魔力。そんな私の魔術すら弾くというのか。
The black robe retreats. After canceling Castor's magic in an instant, Saber dashes with lightning speed. But status screen updated. We're going to be looking at that soon.
Oh boy.
Man. What the
Let's
frick?
go. She got it. 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 Let's go.
No.
No,
One moment. It's too easy.
2-on-1.
It's a Severn. A Severn can't be defeated that easy, right?
Dude.
Who knows?
It's been
Remember how we died to Berserker. Don't turn your back in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, you're
it's been
right.
hyped up to this moment. She's not gonna die that easily.
So,
Yeah, fair enough.
do we have 3 for she got it?
I think that's a tricky one.
No, we have 2 against 1 for don't do it.
Man, I don't know. That time she got it.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
already 2 to
That
1,
time she got
so...
it. That time she got it. Like that.
Okay, so we got 2 to 1.
That looks so tricky. That looks so.
Boomer, are you sure on your decision?
Yes, sir.
That looks so dirt.
Very well. Let's go.
I hope you guys
Don't be
stand
timid.
up.
We're cornering Castor. If we pull back, we might give Castor a chance to turn things around. Saber's sword moves quickly. She's already right in front of Castor, and Castor will be slashed in an instant. But Saber suddenly stops. Not because of Castor's counterattack, but by her own choice.
貴様。
Saber instantly tries to dodge. But she's too late. Saber totters as if grabbed by something, and in that instant, a warped dagger stabs Saber in the chest.
Look, you fucked up. See it.
キャスタ
I
ー。
don't like it.
今のは。
But we lost.
そ
Fair
う。
enough. Fair enough.
これが私の宝具よ、セ
What
イ
is
バ
this
ー。
tiger?
Mapo-
What's the tiger?
Mapo
I
Tofu.
don't know what
人
to
間
say.
一人殺せない何も生み出せない最弱の武器
Mapo
けれどあ
Tofu,
る事
you
柄に対しては
really
全てを
trolled me
許さ
really
れ
good.
た
You
信頼
baited
の
me
天才
greatly.
Man,
Congratulations.
I didn't want to go with Gold Saber. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
Just watch.
Saber falls to her knees even though she has taken no wound. Before I can ponder this mystery,
Holy shit.
the last command spell disappears from my left hand.
予定通りよ坊やあとは中にいる魔術師と器を回収すれば私の勝利は揺るがない
Castor's arm rises. A wave of air performed with no action hits me. I can't stand up. My legs are twisted like a jellyfish from the blow and won't move.
そろそろねさあ立ちなさいセイバーたとえ神が罰しようと私があなたを許してあげる
A snicker. Saber stands up. She slowly walks to me with steps like those bone creatures and swings her sword down with eyes like she's having a nightmare.
敵よセイバー。これであなたも私と同じ主殺しの罪を負った。ええ、これからは罪人同士仲良くこの地上を呪い殺しましょう。
Castor's laughter tears my ears apart. My brain dies with questions still unanswered. A night like red jelly. Only the figure of Saber looking down at me with tears in her eyes. Dead end.
Can we make a quick pause?
Man, I like it. I like it.
Can we make a quick pause, please?
Like a pause, or do you just want to ask questions?
Yeah, just a quick pause. Just a quick pause.
Okay.
Like 5 minute pause, something like it.
Okay.
Let's go.
Are we watching Tiger Dojo?
Yes!
Okay.
Okay.
It was a long time since the last one.
Tiger Dojo.
Tiger Dojo.
どうやら敵は去ったようね。
Yeah, there
頭
is
に
it.
歯型がたっぷりと残っちゃったよ。
それでは気を取り直しまして、ちょっとした脇道から谷底へまっしぐら。このままじゃ現世復帰が無理めなシローを助けるレスキューコーナー。タイガー道場始め。
けどタイガー、今回のデッドエンド、さっきのデッドと
She's not talking about the one we
From the
last
last
saw.
one?
She's talking about the last one, the one that was before this. In the if we could
Not the...
if we made the
the
bad
last-
choice in the last decision, not the one that we watched before.
こっちもセイバーが暴走してシローがバッサリ殺されたエンドよね。
そうね。けど、
Two? In this end too? Oh boy.
今回はシローが頑張れば
Wait,
デ
go.
デッドエンドが
Because in the last choice, you could have sent Saber to attack Castor by herself, and she would have gotten into the same
And then-
situation.
and then she would just come back.
Yeah.
ああ、そういえばセイバーいないね。
Oh, her head is
責
here.
任が半々なら落ち込むことはないみたい。そんなわけで、今回は安心してタイガー道場を運営できます。
そうね。
Wait a minute, can you go back because I'm having some BM here with... Oh, this thing right here because Discord decided to be
Oh, yeah,
a
no problem.
little BM and decided to...
Man, there is everyone in this dojo. Where is this ring? She's the only one that's not here. There is at least a representation of everyone.
I think
Versus the-
Rin does show up as a chibi sometimes in these dojo segments.
In her room,
Okay.
Especially in
she appears in the
Yeah, in UBW she shows up a lot.
Okay, are you guys hearing me?
Yeah.
Okay. I might be with a little screwed up audio and my Discord is starting to implode, but let's keep going on.
All right.
And I find lovely that in this
There you
Tiger
go.
Dojo reality, Saber got depressed.
しっかりしないと正しいエンディングに行けなくなるよ、シロー。
Illya is saying, you know, we're gonna have some other choices. You have to be careful because if you fuck them up, you're gonna get the climax ruined by this ridiculous shit. So
キャスターさえ倒せばいよいよ敵はあと一人。勝って兜の王
I love how they lie. They lie even in Tiger Dojo.
抜かずに戦うべしっす。
I fucking hate Nasu. I fucking hate him. He's a son of a bitch.
はい、よく
Hey,
できま
just
した。
come back. Damn it. Can you go back?
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, my Discord is starting to implode for right now.
Do you want to try logging out and then coming back in? That might help.
Yeah, man.
Oh, are you better? Oh, he's still connecting. Only be. I'll pause. We're back. We'll be waiting in the next Taiga Dojo.
またね、シロー。
I hope we don't have to come back, you know.
I find it ironic to a certain degree that the Saber in this Tiger Reality Dojo decided to be was sad that she killed Shirou and then decided to be crying in the corner
There we go.
of the Tiger Dojo or something like that.
So at the moment, we have Taiga Dojo 2 and Taiga Dojo 10 unlocked. So we did pretty good. I mean, all of these endings we didn't get. So
That's true.
hopefully we will not get another one before the end.
It depends on what exactly do you think as good, because we didn't see tigers often.
Yeah, that's true.
Since the goddamn.
Just wait till we get to Heaven's.
Yeah, Heavensville will be dying a lot.
Everything will happen in Heavensville.
Yeah,
Damn it, this
like
already
15 bad
pissing me
endings.
off.
Heavensville is really hard. It really is. So, but I don't do it, Saber. Right? There is no other choice. We just did this. Saber raises her sword. She is already within striking distance. But I run to Saber as if driven by the pulse of my heart.
By the power of pot armor and save state.
Saber suddenly stops. It's not that Castor did something. Saber felt something from Castor and stopped herself. Saber instantly tries to dodge it, but Castor must have hidden something in the ground as hands of bone burst out of the ground and grasp Saber's feet. Which is also in her status screen. A blade emerges from Castor's black robe. It's a weirdly shaped dagger. It's thin and brittle, a blade not suitable for killing. But Saber detests this blade, and Castor swings it as if it's her chance for victory. Saber must be surprised getting her feet grabbed from the ground. She does not even repel the dagger and takes it in astonishment.
Yeah.
I can hear Castor's voice behind me. I can't see what the robe's expression is like. All I can do is stand in front of Saber and take the blade in her place.
He's a genius.
But it wasn't a good job.
move.
I didn't have enough confidence to block Castor's dagger straight on, so I figured I would just be more certain if I covered Saber and held her in my arms as if to hide her. As a result, Castor's dagger wrenched open my back. I stopped myself from crying because of the pain and strengthened my grip on Saber. I can't tell what words are being said beside my ear. Before I can tell her to jump away, Saber must have understood. My body moves. Saber jumps back as if to shake off the hands coming for the ground, and I'm carried with her. Saber's voice is urgent. Even though she laid me on the ground softly, the pain in my back just increases. It's like having my back cut with scissors than having lead driven into it. From this pain, it feels like a cell phone is being pushed into the wound. I guess she's not panicking, but the loud voice rare for Saber makes me rather calm.
And wait a second, is Castor just sitting with her hands?
Yep.
In a waiting position, like, okay, can you two end the drama and go and let's get back to work?
Yep. Nodding my head, I pointed where Castor should be.
That's very gentle of Castor to do.
Saber faces Castor once again. Saber's voice sounds threatening. The dark shadow clucks her tongue in irritation and raises the warped dagger in her hand. Even though she says so, I can sense less composure in Castor than before. Even as powerful as Castor is, as long as she uses magic, she won't be able to hurt Saber. No matter what kind of a noble phantasm that dagger is, it won't do any good against Saber now. I order her, gritting my teeth. Saber says from the bottom of her lungs. The sound of bones increases. They surround us. I made a mistake. Even if I could save Saber, it's pointless if I'm hurt like this. I'll only be a burden like this. If it was just Saber, Castor wouldn't even be a match for her.
話し合いに来たと言ったな、キャスター。マスターは黙っていてください。今はこれが正しい選択です。
Saber lowers her sword. I think I hear Castor laugh amidst the surrounding sounds of bones.
話を聞こう、キャスター。条件によっては見逃してやってもいい。
正気？あなたたちの命は私が握っているのですよ。そんな強気な態度に出られるとつい握りつぶしてしまいそうだ。間違えるな。貴様が握っているのは私ではなく、
I still have Rin.
それを潰すというのなら私も容赦はしない。この身が消え去る前に我が剣のすべてをもって貴様を焼き尽くす。
The air freezes. Even the bones around Castor are cowed by Saber's words.
いいわ。そこの坊やには手を出さない。もともと私の目的はあなただもの。
初めから私が目的？
そうよ。バーサーカーを倒したほどの英霊を見逃してはないわ。残るサーバントは私とあなた。
What about Assassin, though?
それにランサーだけ。あなたを味方に引き入れればランサーなど敵ではないも
の。残り3人ではアサシンはすでに倒されたのか。
さあ、もういないのだから倒されたのでしょう。主も守れないサーバントは消えて当然よ。
How does she know about that?
Well, that's going to be probably we're going to see that again until the end of the part. But anyway,
Assassin was beaten. Then the master at Yudo Temple is no more. I didn't even know his identity, but that means another master has disappeared. The only remaining servants are Saber, Castor, and Lancer, who has not shown himself since that first night.
くだらない無駄話はそこまでよ。私が欲しいのはあなたのその宝具だけ。マスターを殺されたくなければ、おとなしくその剣をお渡しなさい。
それこそ無意味だ。この剣を扱えるのは私だけだ。宝具はその持ち主でなければ使えないと英霊ならば分かっていよう。
ああ、そうだったわね。けどそれならあなたごといただくまでの話よ、セイバー。どんなに優れた騎士でも捕らえてしまえばどうとでも懐柔できるし、何よりあなたは私の好みですからね。しつけるのは楽しそうだわ。
Castor sounds really delighted. My lacerated consciousness. A little bit of a what?
Bitch.
Yes.
But anyway,
my lacerated consciousness boils up. I kick the pain in my back aside and get up. I can't let Saber fall under Castor's control just because of me. I decided to protect Saber, so I can't stay down with this kind of a wound. I take the wooden sword in my hand and swing at the bone creature surrounding me. Saber's voice sounds urgent.
そう。自殺したいのなら止めはしないわ。
Castor sounds delighted. The sound of many bones hitting against each other, as if to nullify all these sounds. I believe someone asked a question before. I believe we're getting an answer to that question. All the bone creatures are swept away instantly by a heavy rain of arrows. I stand there dumbfounded. The arrows that showered down like rain have disappeared as if they were an illusion. But it cannot be an illusion. The swarming bone creatures do not exist anymore. Castor looks up.
No.
Saber must have already noticed this guy. Saber is looking up at the thing on top of the wall with surprise.
Fuck it, wait.
No.
Oh, it's not it.
Oh!
Let's go.
So that's him.
There's something unexpected there. The man with his back to the moon is golden. The man clad in gold is looking down at the yard with a cruel smile. She must have instinctively realized that he has destroyed her troops as Castor raises her voice. The man doesn't answer. No, he hasn't even taken notice of Castor. He is only looking at one person, the silver knight beside me. Castor's voice sounds emotional, and with that, the man finally looks at her. Castor gasps, stared at by those red eyes. The man's stare is so cold. That thing isn't treating Castor as human. Even I can tell from here. It's only natural for Castor, the target of that stare, to be terrified by that pressure.
What is going on?
I'm disappointed.
She asks in a trembling voice, I'm sorry that Archer isn't bad.
I am disappointed. I really thought it was Archer.
She must know she'll be swallowed if she doesn't say so.
Archer is already dead. Fuck it.
But the man answers with a verdict of death.
Okay, what is a mongrel?
A mongrel is a half-breed. Like an animal that isn't pure-blooded.
Okay, so he's
Basically
based
called
not
the
in
Brazilian.
not in a hero man. He's a really based dude. But anyway,
A snap. When I realize the sound is of his fingers snapping, the tragedy has already begun. Many weapons suddenly appear in space and shoot at Castor like a machine gun.
Oh, that's a beautiful.
Castor raises her arm. Concept of a shield, a film-like glass is created right above her. It probably has strength equaling Berserker's body, but it was useless because it was made of glass. Built like a crystal, it cannot even block one of the showering weapons and shatters into pieces. A dumbfounded voice, without showing any concern for Castor's question, they pierce the black robe. There's no mercy at all. The robe is pierced by lances. As the robe is blown away, more lances pierce it. The sword into her falling body, an arrow into the arm falling to the ground, and the axe into her pained head. Each becomes a deadly guillotine. Survival is impossible. Castor is completely cut apart and dismantled, and she now looks like a mountain of red flesh.
what the heck is going on?
Wind blows. The black robe who lost its master floats away. Floating away, the shredded robe still barely keeps its form. Now it is all that remains of what used to be Castor. I can't say anything. My strained mind just watches the black robe floating miserably in the wind. In that instant,
Oh shit.
the golden man roars in a voice full of contempt. It's not an illusion. The black robe twists like a wave, grows black wings, and tries to fly away. But it's too late. I don't know what the man did. It's just that a crack ran through the night sky. The dislocation in the sky swallows the black robe. It reminds me of someone getting run over by a steamroller. The black robe falls. Underneath it is Castor unscathed. There, the storm of swords showers onto her. The scream echoes through the night. The swords multiply in response to the scream, and the scream gets louder in turn. Castor must have regenerative powers like Saber. She cannot die even when the swords are stabbed into her, so her figure is just too miserable. The rain doesn't stop. The weapons each different shape, and none of them are the same. And I don't want to admit it, but each of those weapons equals the noble phantasms of the servants. The merciless rain of noble phantasms. Castor struggling under it is just...
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we already know who the boss is.
Yep. He's just throwing a lot of noble protection.
this is going to be an SNK style last boss, because if he's basically capable of spawning a bunch of noble phantasms on top of you, yeah, boy,
And that ends it.
Alright.
With the black mist hiding Castor, the servant disappears. The infinite cycle of torture that I thought would last forever lasted about 10 seconds in reality. Through it all, Saber stares at the Golden Knight standing on top of the wall.
魔術師風情、騎士王を捕らえるなどと口にするのも大罪よ。あれは王である俺のものだ。王の宝に手を出す輩にはかような串刺しが似合っていよう。さて、久しいなセーバー。覚えているか？俺が下した決定を。
The man says in an intimate manner. Saber doesn't answer, but her glare is different from before. Not a look of hatred, a look of fear.
The last Holy Grail War. Oh, wait a minute, it is? Or not? I think it's more.
It is. 10 years.
It is? Oh, wow. Damn! Who won over him? Did he win or someone won over him?
I mean, the fact that he's still around is kind of telling.
Yeah, because who is the goddamn... Who is the goddamn servant who's strong enough to beat these guys' butts?
The man laughs happily. My chest is hurting, partly from seeing that tragedy, but more than that, I feel sick when that man looks down on Saber with such a ridiculous expression. Commenting unhappily, the man turns to the mansion. There on the porch of the living room are Illya and Tosaka. Illya is looking up at the man as if she's seen a ghost. Straining her eyes, she shakes her head, saying it's impossible. Illya jumps off the porch and glares at the man.
Arthur exists, so yeah.
My call to restrain her comes too late. The cluster of magical energy Illya releases shoots straight for the man. A clanging sound, the man didn't do anything. A mirror-like shield appeared in front of him and reflected Ilya's magical energy shot.
She's dead, isn't she?
As she fired the magical energy in anger, there's no way she can react to it. Illya stands dumbfounded and before the magical energy she fired. She's barely saved by Tosaka, who instantly blocked it.
なるほど。今回はまた変わり種だな。前回の鉄を踏まぬよう少しは工夫したということか。
The man looks at Illya, a cold stare like the one directed at Saber, a stare prizing a possession. Illya still glares at the man pinned by Tosaka. The man speaks plainly. What kind of effect does it have? Illya shakes violently and faints. That's it. That's all that'll happen. All Tosaka and I can do is look up at him. We both understand he isn't looking at us. We would just share Castor's fate if we raised our voices. But Saber is different. She is staring at the Gold Knight in a completely different kind of silence. Saber tries to control her voice. Tosaka and I can only be shocked by her words. Saying so, the man turns away. He turns his back as if saying he has no interest in
い
us.
ずれ会うぞセイバー。あの時から俺の決定は変わらぬ。次に出向くまでに心を決めておくがいい。
The man disappears. With that, the tension in the air vanishes and the yard returns to its usual silence. But that's the only thing that returned. My home is ruined and Illya is unconscious. Saber, keeping her back to us, still bears that heavy silence. Status and weapon screen updated.
You were right. It was Archer.
It was Archer. It was not the Archer you were expecting.
Was Archer?
But I want the old
It was not
Archer,
the
so I
Archer
want-
you were expecting. It was the Archer of the Fourth Grail War. Who, you know.
Fuck this man.
Why he's here?
I lay a futon down in the living room and place Illya on it. Even though she's unconscious, Ilya's face looks calm and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with her.
ほらよそ見しない。包帯がずれるじゃない。
She hits my back. What the fuck, Tosaka?
お前怪我人にな
Can
んて
we
こと
make
しやがる
a pause right now?
No, we're gonna find the answer to your question soon.
Yeah, let's.
うるさい。
Okay, man, let's.
人がせっかく手当てしてあげてるんだから。
And then we're gonna look at the
少しはおとな
status
しく
screens
してなさいっての。
just to leave the icing on the cake.
ほら右手あげて。もう必要ないとは思うけど、一応こっちにも薬塗っとくから。
冷たいってそれ。
触覚があるってことは平気な証拠よ。
She skillfully wraps the bandage around my right shoulder. It's past 10. After returning to the living room, Tosaka started to treat my wounds. She started, but the wounds have mostly already healed, so all that's left is to treat them just for show.
はい、おしまい。にしても、ほんとデタラメな体ね。それだけの治癒能力を持ってるのは吸血鬼ぐらいなものよ。あなた、本当に人間？
I think she asked me something similar a while ago.
俺はまっとうな人間だよ。俺だってどうしてこんななのか知らないんだから聞かれたってわかるもんか。
冗談。まっとうな人間が脊髄切られてピンシャンしてるかっていうのよ。便利だからあえて追求しなかったけど、いい加減不気味になってきたわ。もしかしてあんた、首を切られない限り死なない土地の出だったりしない？
The worst part is Tosaka is seriously considering that. She might come after my neck one day with an axe in hand.
ね、セイバーだってそう思うでしょ？原因はセイバーだとは思うんだけど、それにしたって不死身すぎるっていうか。は、シローの治癒能力はシローのものではないのですか？そんなわけないじゃない。強化の一つ覚えのシローがそんな高等技術をマスターしてると思う？こいつのデタラメぶりは間違いなくあなたと繋がってるからよ。セイバーの自己回復能力がそのままシローに流れてるんじゃない？そうなのでしょうか。今までそのようなつながりは感じませんでしたが、それならば今の私の魔力はシローに流れていなければおかしいですし。
But there's a catch.
セイバー、どうしたの？いきなり青ざめた顔しちゃって。
Saber is staring into space as if she can't hear Tosaka.
まさかそんなはずは。
Shaking her head, Saber looks away. This is gonna be some crazy shit that's gonna happen right now.
Oh boy, here we go.
Tosaka and I look at each other. This is the true spirit of Fate Stay Night right here. Some crazy shit happening, just endless crazy shit, one after the other. Saber's acting strange. No, I know why. Saber's spirit has been low since that golden night appeared.
まあ、シローのことは保留にしておきましょう。それよりセイバー、あなたさっきのやつと顔見知りだったの？
Saber doesn't answer. It's obviously something she doesn't want to talk about, but I still want to know. Tosaka's question is mine as well.
セイバー、知っているなら教えてくれ。さっきのあいつは何だったんだ？セイバーはあいつのことをアーチャーと言っていただろう。
はい、認めたくはありませんが、私は彼を知っています。ですがそれはありえない。
サーバント。やっぱり あいつサーバントなのか。
No, that's obvious, but in that case, there's a big problem.
彼のクラスはアーチャーです。もちろんリンが契約したアーチャーとは全く別の英霊で、その能力も英雄としての気質もあま。
Yeah, I know that too. It only lasted a short while, but I was able to feel how much of a monster he was.
ちょっと待って、おかしいわよそれ。あいつがアーチャーのサーバントならそれで8人目よ。一つの期間で召喚できるサーバントは7人が限度のはずでしょ。数が減ったから補充するなんてことは絶対にない。サーバント
They
が
forgot
7
to tell
人
that
っ
to
て
the
いうのは
apocryphal people.
それが一度に呼び出せる限度数だからでしょ。なら8人目はどうしたって呼び出す。セイバー、あなた前回の戦いであいつと出会ったの？
Bingo.
その通りです、リン。前回の聖杯戦争における最後の一日。
In the Sea of Fire.
私は彼と戦った。
In the Sea of... Oh boy.
My body tenses up for an instant. Saber fought him in a sea of fire.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
It's nothing new.
Can we make a little pause?
Oh, we can, sure.
I have to deliver something to my mother.
No problem.
We got
Kotomine already told me the fire was caused by the Holy Grail War, so this shouldn't be a surprise. It's just, I was unconsciously trying not to think about it till now.
決着は？あなた、あいつをきちんと倒したの？倒してはいません。いいえ、倒すことはできない。
Oh fuck, this is gonna be weird,
Could not
guys.
dodge 50 billion knives going at me. Yes, understandable. Have a
逆
nice
にあ
day.
いつに任された。今回とは違う。きちんと召喚されて敵なしだったあなたが勝てなかった相手ね。
Yeah, do you saw 50 billion knives going at caster in the speed of light?
Yep.
You saw that.
Saber hangs her head and doesn't answer. That pretty much answers her question.
セイバーが勝てなかった。
Not just the imperfect Saber as she is now, but Saber with her full power. Is that even possible? If you look at her skill as a swordsman, Saber certainly is invincible. Admittedly, she was the weaker one against Berserker, but Saber has that noble phantasm. The noble phantasms of other servants are powerful, but Saber's exceeds even them. I don't think there's any hero she can't beat using her holy sword.
それじゃあ決まりよ。
Oh fuck.
あいつ、今回の戦いで呼ばれたサーバントじゃなくて、前回からそのまま残ったサーバントなんじゃない？
Let's look at Tosaka's theory.
そうでなければ辻褄が合わないもの。
That would be certainly interesting.
My mind stops. It's not that I agree with Tosaka, but what she said matches what I've been hoping for since yesterday.
ですが、それは。ですがも何もないわ。それ以外に説明がつかないんだから。一度の聖杯戦争で呼び出せるのは7人だけ。それ以外のサーバントがいるとしたら、それは前回生き残った勝者だけじゃなくて？
A heavy silence. But why is she in such a good mood?
父さん、何が嬉しいんだよ。
当然じゃない。だって前例がいてくれたのよ。あいつが何者か知らないけど、要するに前回の戦いで最後まで勝ち残ったサーバントなんでしょ。なら、あいつは聖杯を手に入れたのよ。で、その恩恵でずっと世界に残ってる。
Okay, that makes sense.
つまり聖杯さえ手に入れればサーバントを世界に留めておけるっていう見本じゃない。
Of course, sure, that's totally possible.
Zevlen, I do not like that laugh.
Because that's a hilarious suggestion. How the fuck do you capture Gilgamesh?
That's true.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
You're right. I don't know who he is, but he's a servant and he's still here after the previous war. That means there's a way for Saber to stay in this world like him.
とまあ、あいつが何者で何が目的かは不明だけど、
Yeah, no fucking shit.
なさそうね。セイバー、それであいつの正体は何なの？それがわからないのです。前回の戦いでも、私は最後まで彼の正体がつかめなかった。
Sorry for the spoilers, guys. I said his name.
シンボルとなるホーグが存在しない。そんなバカな話があるもんか。ホーグがないサーバントなんてサーバントじゃないだろ。何よりあいつはさっき。
そうよ、さっき山ほど使ってたじゃない。あれだけあれ
Oh,
ば
I have
正
an
体を
idea.
探るなんて造作もないでしょ。
I had an idea. I'm gonna have to talk to Mapo Tofu
Well,
about
well,
it afterwards.
who is the historic hero that fought with 50 billion sword? But anyway,
では聞きますわ。
It's a symbolic phantasm. It's not a literal one. It wasn't taken from his story.
symbolic for what?
You're gonna find out.
そんなの当然じゃない。
Tosuga ponders. She thinks about it for a minute, but then she tilts her head in confusion.
そんなはずない。
どうしたトサカ。何が嘘なんだ。
信じられない。あの血に濡れてたのは多分ダイスレフで、鎌っぽいのはハルペイよね。なんか中華っぽいやつもあったし、お不動産のあれもあったような。
Tosuga looks crazy talking to herself. I guess this is what you can call digging yourself a hole.
あれなんかセーバーの剣に似てたけど別物のはずよ。ああいう素朴なデザインは北欧っぽかったし、そういえば
She starts to grit her teeth. There's no point in leaving her like that. I have to stop her now or there'll be some damage. I don't need to add that I'll be the one being damaged.
トサカ、いいから戻ってこい。
ああ、もう黙っててよシロ。あんたがチャチャ入れるから頭が混乱してきたじゃない。
いや、チャチャを入れる
That's
つも
a
りはな
funny
い。
face for
あ
Rin,
いつ
but
はホーグ
anyway.
のことだろ。形状だけで言うならダインスレフとハルペ、デュランダルにバジュラに。
Khaled Bulg is written incorrectly.
カラダボ
あと
I
ゲーボルクもあった。
How did he saw Gilboga?
God damn it. I'm sorry. I really appreciate McJohn for translating this novel, but this is bad. You can't miss.
Wait a minute.
中華っぽかったのは
Is
さすがにわからな
Lesser
いけど、
dead?
有名どころはそんなものじゃなかったか。
それ
What is going on?
I'm hurt if she makes a face like that. I'm not knowledgeable, but I just popped in my head. Yeah, Saber Shirou is a weapon net.
そんなデタラメな数の宝具を持ってる英雄なんていないわ。いえ、そもそも出典がごちゃ混ぜでもう何が何だか。ええ、ですから私も彼の正体は分からなかった。英雄の証となる宝具をあの男は湯水のように持っているのです。
The two ponder. Well, there's certainly no way to tell if he has that many. It's like hiding a tree in a forest or something.
シロ、あんたなんかないの？
She glares at me. Yeah, she's definitely taking it out on me.
なんかな。
だから気づいたこととか推理とか、とにかく瞬間的なひらめきよ。私たちに必要なものは意外性のある意見なの。
She might be right.
なるほど。お前、俺のことバカにしてるだろ。
失礼ね。戦力外だと思ってるだけよ。ね。
Thank you, Rin.
どうなの？
お手上げ。
I give up honestly. Tosuga groans in regret.
となると結論は一つね。セイバー、あいつが使ってた宝具はみんな。
Oh, they're definitely not. You can ask Castor about it.
説明がつかないでしょ。
Okay.
Bruh.
同意見です。
Are they fake?
いや、あれ偽物じゃないぞ。
There goes the weapon net. How did they arrive at that answer?
Rin is going some serious denial if she thinks that's fake.
First of all, he wouldn't have been able to pierce Castor with fake noble phantasms. Because human weapons can't damage servants.
だからあれは本物だって。
Yeah.
むしろ他のが偽物っぽい。
Everything else seems fake.
いや
What's it?
あくまで直感なんだ。うまく説明できないんだけど、ランサーの持ってる
So
ゲイボルクはもちろん本物だけど、さっきのやつが使った槍もゲイボルクの本物だ。
A really old servant. Or well, even not a servant at all.
It's harder to explain if she makes a face like that. Now, forgetting that, why do I think that? It's just that all the things he used were noble phantasms. I can feel that. Is it because I used projection against Berserker? I could tell they were real noble phantasms just by looking at them. Conception dwells in superior weapons, and something is missing from weapons that merely imitate them in shape. I realized that when I imitated Saber's sword. By that argument, I think that all noble phantasms he used were perfect.
まあ、シローの発言はとりあえず置いておいて、あいつの正体がわからない以上、次は目的なんだけど。
Tosaka sneaks a glance at Saber.
あいつも聖杯を狙ってるのは当然として、気になる点がもう一つあるのよね。セイバー、はっきり聞いていいかしら。
Man, why does she put on that really evil smile when it comes to this kind of subject?
それはどういう意味でしょうか。
Because she is a fox.
尋ねたいことがあるのならば。
Or a devil, in the words of our
Dear friend
wise
Issei.
man Issei.
そうなら聞くけど、セイバーはあいつをどう思ってるの？あいつの言いぶりからすると、どうもセイバーにお熱のようだったけど。
That's true.
I'm not following Tosaka's lead, but I sneak a glance at Saber. Tosaka's saying it wrong, but it's true that he was attached to Saber. No, it wasn't that nice. He saw Saber as his, and only his.
彼が何を考えているかなど、私の知るところではありません。ですが、前回の戦いの折、休校された覚えがあります。無論、剣と共に切って捨てましたが。
Proposed marriage.
Marriage? You mean? What is that servant thinking?
But, well, he was thinking of getting some British booty. Simple as that.
になってからも求愛されるなんて、女冥利に尽きるってもんじゃない。そのようなことはありません。もとより私にそんな自由はない。私の目的は聖杯を手に入れることです。正直、あのようなざれ言は勘に触ります。そう？セイバーはそうでも、あいつはかなりご執心だったじゃない。
Oh yeah, you can definitely feel it in the massacre.
相手が断っても一向に答えないんだから。セイバーも頑固だし、いっそああいうやつの方がお似合いかもよ。
Tosaka, this is not the time for these jokes. This is absolutely the worst time ever. I don't know what's so funny, but Tosaka's words are irresponsible. Tosaka seems to be happy to be talking to Saber about this kind of thing. Saber seems to have no interest, but...
ですからそのようなことに関心はないと言っているでしょう。彼は確かに優れた英霊ですが、私とは考え方が違いすぎる。
Saber answers honestly.
だってさ、シロ、セイバーは男なんて関心がないんだって。
God damn it, Tosaka. This is a serious situation.
She is a fox.
リン、今のはシローには関係のない話だと思います。今の発言はどこかおかしい。
I don't know if this was bad translated or I misheard it, but I heard Toso saying like Saber doesn't have eyes like for other men, something like it. I think I misheard it.
No, I think you misread it. Yeah.
Yep.
She says Saber has no interest in men. That's what she said.
Man.
でしょうね。今のは私の出現だったわ。けど何がおかしいのかって、おかしいことがおかしいわけ。
Tosaka laughs evilly. Her eyes seem to be laughing not only at Saber but at me as well. It irritates me for some reason and I stand up.
ちょっとどこ行くのよ、シロ。
お茶、喉が渇いたから。空いてたから人数分入れてくる。
I spit that out and go to the kitchen. I don't know why, but I'm irritated, so I think I'll prepare extra bitter tea for Tosaka.
Very cheap.
それじゃあとりあえず部屋に戻るわ。この言った話は明日イリアが起きてからにしましょう。
After messing a lot with Saber, she drinks the bitter tea and stands up. Bruh.
Don't come back.
Fuck you, man.
はいはい。それじゃああとはよろしくね。
I don't know what's so funny, but Tosaka leaves in a good mood.
シロはどうするのです？
I mean, first you need to get the repair workers to get and fix the house. But anyway.
Yep. Let's extort the money out of Tosaka so that she pays for our repairs.
Exactly. And by the way, how can they explain that? How did their house crumble but no one got hurt?
That's something that Taiga is gonna have to deal with.
That is a really weird ghastly.
Sudden earthquake. Our conversation ends there. It gets really awkward once it's quiet, as Tosaka was the loud one. No, awkward isn't the right word. There are things I'm worried about and things I need to say, so my mind is impatient. Come to think of it, what I want to tell her is in a mess. About the Holy Grail War, about her being still alive. Even if she does obtain the Holy Grail, there's no salvation for the girl called Arturia. I don't even need to say why. She has no wish for herself, even now. Our eyes meet. Her awkward eyes seem to know what I'm going to say. She tries to block my question with a calm voice, but I have to tell her. Her words really make me angry.
Is that?
Saber doesn't answer. She gives a small sigh. She firmly rejects my opinion.
Holy shit.
My vision closes in. I hold my body steady with my hands as it's about to fall.
Emilia.
10年前、前回の聖杯戦争における私のマスターは彼でした。私とキリツグは最後まで勝ち残り、聖杯はキリツグの手に渡った。
She actually beat
アーチャー
it.
とそのマスターはまだ残っていましたから、
What?
あとは彼らを倒すだけで聖杯戦争は終了するはずだった。ですが、キリツグは聖杯を捨てたのです。その結果、町は火に包まれました。あの男は私に命じて聖杯を破壊させた。キリツグは最後の霊樹を使って私の手で強制的に聖杯を破壊させたのです。聖杯が失われてはサーバントはこの世にとどまれない。キリツグも私をとどめようとは思わなかった。私の記憶はそこまでです。あのアーチャーとの決着も私を裏切ったキリツグを問いただすこともできなかった。
Well, it's not like I ever thought about it. Father was a magus. If he lived in this town all his life, he must have been involved in the Grail War. But still.
通常サーバントというのは以前の記憶など持ちませんし、 同じ英霊がサーバントとして召喚されることもない。私はサーバントとしては異例です。ですからこの件に関しては口に出すべきではないと判断したのです。それにシローにはキリツグがどんなマスターだったのかを語るのは
気が進まなかったって。
Oh, fuck.
シロー、あなたが私の過去を夢見たように私もあなたの過去を見てしまった。あなたのことにも驚きましたが、キリツグの変わりようもシローの記憶にいるエミやキリツグは立派な人物です。ですが私の記憶にある彼はそのような人物ではなかった。一言で言ってしまえば彼は典型的な魔術師だった。己が目的にしか興味はなく、阻む者は何であろうと排除する。およそ人間らしい感情など彼には見当たらなかった。私が戦いを通して話しかけられたのは3度だけです。それが何であるかは言うまでもないとは思いますが、残忍というわけではなかったし、けれど彼には情というものが存在しなかった。キリツグが私を道具として扱ったように、彼本人もまた自身を道具としてしか見ていなかった。キリツグはあらゆる感情を殺し、あらゆる敵を殺した。そこまでして信じたものが何であったのかは私にはわからない。告白すれば、あの時ほど霊樹の存在を呪ったことも、私を裏切った相手を呪ったこともありません。
There's some truth in Saber's words. No, they must all be true. Come to think of it, I don't know what Kiritsugu was like before that time 10 years ago. I couldn't guess anything about him before then, and I saw no need to learn about them. It doesn't change a thing even if Kiritsugu was cold-hearted. The man that adopted me was really childlike, so my memory is my only truth. But what hurts my heart is, if Kiritsugu really was a cold person, his last moments were just too empty.
そうか。じゃあ俺がセイバーを呼び出せたのもキリツグの息子だったからなのか。
わかりません。キリツグは正規の手順で私を呼び寄せました。マスターとしての適性が高かったキリツグは歴史のある魔術師の家系に雇われ、聖杯戦争に参加した。マスターとしての準備はその家系が全て揃えたと言います。
Is that a hint?
彼らは私の遺品をコーンウォールから発掘し、キリツグに委ねて聖杯戦争に臨ませた。ですからキリツグ本人には私を呼び寄せる因子もなければ属性が近いというわけでもありません。
I get it. It's not too surprising that father used to be a master. What's surprising is that his servant was King Arthur, the one standing in front of me right now. And one more thing, Saber said that the Holy Grail was destroyed. Then isn't this war completely meaningless?
わからないな。聖杯がもうないってセイバーは初めから知っていたんだろう。ならどうしてこんな馬鹿げた戦いをする気になったんだよ。
確かに聖杯の有無は私には分かりません。けれど私が呼ばれた
He didn't destroy the
聖
real
杯は
one.
なければおかしい。
Maybe he destroyed the fake one. Kirei talked about it when we visited the church, right? That they have to have a lesser grail to summon the greater grail.
Kirei was Archer's master then.
忘れたのですか、シロ。
Kirei is
私は
Archer's
聖杯を手に入れ
master
るため
then.
にサーバントに
There's the only explanation why he's alive. If he was in the last war and he didn't die by Kiritsugu's hands, he controlled the Archer.
Ooh.
いやでもじゃあ聖杯ってのは壊れても治ってるものなのか。
いいえ、聖杯はそう簡単に替えが利くものではない。一度壊れた聖杯が治ることなどないでしょう。
なら
ですがあるはずです。サーバントは聖杯の磁力に惹かれて現れる。それは あの神父も語っていたのではありませんか。
神父そうか
But she does not recognize the priest. That feels weird.
Doesn't she? Doesn't she, though? The supervisor of the Holy Grail War living at the church, that man that manages the Holy Grail, must be able to answer all my questions. The end of the previous war, what happened to the destroyed Grail and to the servant archer? And yes, what did Kiritsugu see at the end of the battle to make him destroy the Holy Grail? I wake up alone. Even if she has recovered, Saber still has to sleep periodically. Saber went to bed right after that, and I went to bed too to relieve Saber. That was an hour ago. It's past midnight. I'll be able to sneak out without Saber or Tosuga finding out now.
Oh, this is that night.
This is that night. I go out without making a sound. I thought about using the bicycle, but it'd be a problem if I wake them up by doing so. I guess I'll walk there. This is longer than I remember, I will admit. There's no one around. Even if it's midnight, this silence is abnormal. The air is frozen and I can't sense any life from any of the buildings. On the other hand, I feel a contradictory heat under the road, as if there's a whirlpool of something black. Has something happened to the town in the few days I was held at Illya's place? It feels like ill omens are everywhere. Perhaps, after the deaths of so many servants, the grill is consolidating. I look up at the mountain in the distance. The Ryudo temple, which is far away from the city, just looks like a black lump from here.
Oh no!
It's just
wait
that...
a minute. Hire didn't said that when another master went there, it would mean that he was giving up on the Holy Grail War.
Ah. It seems like it's throbbing along with the night wind. Tensions are high, guys.
Shirou. Damn it, Shirou, you're going to be stupid.
I cross the dark river and walk to Shinto. That day, that night I first met Saber and walked on this bridge with Tosaka seems so long ago. I see the church. I've never been to the church, even though I told Tosaka that. I do have a connection to this place. I was supposed to be entrusted to the church and adopted somewhere later. Imagine Kotomine being Shiro's foster father for some time.
Damn, that would be... let me guess, that happened in Apocryphs.
No.
No.
They make a joke about it, or they make some misdirection about it. Because there's a character that's called Kotomine Shiro, but it's not the same person. At all.
Bruh.
Yeah.
But I think it's dubbed by the same person.
Yeah.
Of course they would make Kotomine Shiro. Everything went to hell in Apocrypha, but
yeah.
For what I'm seeing.
10 years ago, all the children in that hospital were orphans, and they were all temporarily entrusted to the church. I was the only one of them adopted from the hospital. That must be why. I felt kind of guilty and unconsciously avoided the church. That's why I told Tosaka it was my first time visiting it on that night, 11 days ago. The lights in the church are still on. Do you guys want to pause here to go do your things?
Yep.
Yep. Man, you said that was a short day.
I thought it was. I forgot that this happened tonight. I thought this happened tomorrow.
15 minutes.
That is the shortest day that I ever did.
Let me save.
15 minutes.
So you guys go and do your things. And you're going to do all your things desperate because all of this mystery. But, you know, when we come back, we have the cliffhanger to deal with. And then we have day 14.
Yep.
So good luck. I'm going to cut it off here and then we'll go back.
You're thinking it's short. It's the 12th day.
Yeah. Yeah.
12.
Well, let me cut it off.
I think so.